Okay. We are ready for a night of grinding. Maybe. Kinda. There's the Chaos Tower. Alright, where did I leave off last time I played? Alright, we have enough for a fight, but I wanted to try to wait until we have at least one MF gain roll, I think. I had a really nice, I was at 49 fragments, literally one fragment away when I finished the tower, and I could've, if I had one more, I could've went to the Colosseum. And, it was like 2 MF procs, and I had boosted HP. I don't necessarily really need the boosted HP anymore. Now that I got one hammer, my HP is cracked out. But I still would like it just as a safety net. Starting to have enough damage that I can just kind of chill in one area as long as the enemy modifiers aren't too crazy. Less kiting around the arena and stuff. And with the one hammer, it's actually, I think it's better because of the increased AoE and everything. It's stronger than doing it on Pyro now, which is nice because I want to get the XP on this character, because unless I finish off my Pyro gear, I am probably gonna be trying to stick with this character till the end of the until the 19th, when Godforge comes out with its 2-week beta, and then I'll play that till PoE 2. and then we'll play PoE 2 until something else or we're bored. Can no longer dodge. I don't really know how much dodge I really have anyway. I haven't really backed into it, so probably not much. Alright. We'll do the shades, that's fine. Unfortunately, no health boost or MF boost, so we're probably not fighting the boss this time. The only bad thing is now that I'm one weapon away, I'm kind of eager. Oh, shit, we're not fighting the boss because I died. Alright. Tentacle just hit me for 13,000 damage. I guess I think that must have been the ground effect ones. I must not have seen it. I overlooked it. Oops. Well, okay. That's actually my first death since I respect my character a bit to get rid of... I got rid of Gurag's heart. Just to be able to throw in like a Hardened Steel Defender and another large Charm for life. Which got me a lot more life. Plus I went back to 300 Strength and 100 Vitality. And between all of that, it bumped me up to like almost 7,000 life from like 4,800. And that was feeling so much better in tower. And then I got my weapon. I actually didn't see this tower. Holy shit. I almost left. Getting all that health helped me survive in here to the point where I actually... Honestly, I just wasn't paying attention that much because I haven't had much issues. I also haven't been giga stacking affixes on the enemies, which I should because I still want Philosopher's Stone drop. Just to have it. I don't need it for this character, but my Pyro needs it just in case I decide to play him. But since I'm mainly here for the Colosseum fragments, I haven't been, I haven't been caring as much to make the enemies too rippy. But yeah, I think ever since I made my character tankier, that was my first death. I definitely got a bit complacent there. Goddamn. With all my damage reduction, probably over 20% at this point, and 9.3k life, I still got hit for 13k. That's nuts. Shit's no joke. Ooh. Guess we take that. Actually, was the last one the occasional death rattle? Occasional death rattle's actually fine. It actually doesn't proc as much. I used to avoid it, but it's actually not that big of a deal. I definitely would love to get... We'll give guys some more fixes. We might die because of this, but we'll try. I am really excited to finally be off Hell 5, though. I think I'm gonna be going, as soon as I get the second hammer, I think it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be Inferno grinding time and try to get more levels, probably. And then after a little bit of levels, I might actually go and finally try, like, Amun-Ra and stuff for the first time. In the amount of hours I've played, I haven't committed to a character enough that I feel like I am comfortable enough gear-wise or motivated enough to stick with the character to actually go fight them. I also need to go enchant my chest. I think I am ready to do that, but I need to, That's something I also haven't done yet on any of my characters, but... I don't want to lose health. Wow, none of these are really great. Guess I'll just try not to get hit. Okay. Cool. Made it through that floor anyway. I didn't realize dropping common items with sockets is like a modifier that you can get in here after the tower ends. I'm sure I've gotten it plenty of times, but I've gotten it twice in this one so far. It's probably not worth it, but I wonder if that would be considered like a good way to farm my shield. Not that I care about my shield from my Pyro as much anymore. I'm pretty committed to this character at this point, I think. My Pyro is still technically higher hero level. If I was grinding stuff other than CT, I think this character would be higher hero level by now. Or at least very close to the same. Monsters gain attack speed. Fuck it. I've taken it before and survived it, but depends on how stupid I play, really. Okay. 2 more floors. Poison's usually not too bad. If we get hit, we typically leech it back. One more floor. Charms. We'll play it safe. We'll do the mana cost increase. Keep the enemies not with multi-shot. And this is actually the level of bugs, wasps too, I think. I think there could be wasps in this level, so. Those slammy boys can sometimes be the death of me too. Question is, 1 MF roll, no life boost roll. How many fragments are we at? Do we want to fight him? We would have a spare 50 if we did. Let's try it. Screw it. Change to single target build. Sometimes I change after I fight the waves of monsters. Really, it doesn't matter too much. I just have a little bit bigger AoE with, Aw, bummer. It do be like that. I went on a spree of items, so I can't be mad. I can't be mad about that. But I can't say that I didn't have my hopes up that maybe it would drop. Oh, we got immediately another Chaos Tower, hell yeah. I've been trying to save at least 50 fragments for like a really good tower. Oof, right off the bat. I guess I'll just be kiting skulls the whole match. I'll take the freebie mod. That was, by the way, the earlier when I was like, oh, is that the occasional death rattle mod? No, it wasn't. It was the attack speed. I saw the icon again. Oh, we'll give them some mana devouring affixes. Kind of a freebie with mana leech. I don't think it makes them harder, unless like enemies scale damage off the amount of affixes they have or something, and then giving them mana devour makes them hit harder in some way. But I think that's just a freebie. We're not really... Fortunately, we don't have any crazy modifiers yet, because, I don't want to be kiting the skulls around the boss arena from the initial wave of mobs would probably spawn them, and I assume they persist. I'd have to bait out the... You can bait out the hit from them, but you can run into them for a second like this, and then they'll delayed explode. But rather not risk it in a boss arena. So I don't plan on fighting the boss off this one. But like I said, we don't have MF increase or life increase or anything too crazy really right now. I do think we had some damage increase stuff last time because I shouldn't have killed him as fast as I did. He died way faster than I normally kill him. Like, my damage is up, but I definitely don't think I naturally kill him that quickly. Probably had, like, crit increase or something like that. That usually makes me kill him faster when I have that. Yeah, we'll give him a chance at Death Rattle. That's the one that I was thinking about. Pretty good, Cheeto, pretty good. I'm feeling lazy today. It was a rainy, lazy day. But I got one hammer earlier today, so we just need one more and we're done Chaos Tower for now. I mean, there's other stuff from Chaos Tower I want eventually, but I want to go farm some Inferno and shit. But yeah, I need to figure out if I want to re-roll it more later when I have more dice, but I don't have a ton of dice left at the moment. I only got 5 socket, but I rolled into boosted strength, so I decided to keep it for now. So suffering with no mats, damn. I'm getting low on dice. I rolled it took me a unfortunate amount of times. I decided to get 6 socket on my follower's chest finally and fill it with Ist runes. And it took a sad amount of times to actually just roll 6 socket. It just kept being like 4 or 5 or whatever it can roll other than 6 over and over and over again. I think it straight up corrupted like 5 times in a row or something. And then I was also trying to do dice on my weapon as well to get 6 sockets and like decent rolls. And I ended up being stuck with 5 sockets for now. But got decent rolls. Do some mining after this codex. Gotta recoup some of those materials. Oh, we got another key rune. Oh no. Rip. I didn't say anything too important, really. Basically just said that sucks that you're out of mats. Gotta go... And then you mentioned the mining, and I said I'm gonna go do some mining to get those mats back. Do be like that sometimes. I don't know what else I said. I said other things, but I can't remember, so... Oh well. Oh, I guess I did. I talked about how I was low on, I'm low on, like, Satan dice. I re-rolled my MF chest for my follower to get to 6 sockets before I filled it with Ist runes. And got really unlucky, and it just over and over and over again rolled between like 4 and 5, and it took me too many to admit. I don't know how many it actually was, but it was a sad amount. At one point I think it corrupted like 4 or 5 times in a row, and I had to like remove corruption. It was pretty sad. But I finally hit the 6 socket and got that set up, so that's done. And then I re-rolled the hammer quite a few times trying to get 6 socket and good rolls, but ended up getting pretty good rolls at 5 socket and decided to just wait for now because I'm getting low on dice. I'm trying to save some for when I'm trying to save some for when I get my second hammer too. We'll see. And I filled it with trummels because they're easy to craft, so worst case I do a little mining and craft some more. Ooh, I just realized I haven't sold in a while. I'm probably getting pretty low. The bright zone. I was gonna skim. I saw you and Eggs talking to each other a lot. And I like to go like skim all the messages and reply to some here and there and stuff like that. And then I saw how many there were, and I was like, I just want to start streaming. So then I didn't. I'll have to catch up on them later. I got lazy. It was like 250 plus messages since I last peeked at the Discord. I was like, holy. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm in that really weird boat where I'm starting to get excited for the other games that are coming. I'm still having fun playing, but it's like, it's not like all day, every day kind of thing anymore. It's like, I've been spending a decent chunk of time just like watching shows or whatnot when I'm not streaming, rather than usually when I'm not streaming, I'm just like chilling and playing. But I caught myself several times just watching shows and shit. And I will admit, I may not do a super long stream tonight either, just because I'm feeling lazy and kind of craving to just chill and watch shows, but I do want to stream I do want to try to go at least to my normal 5 AM time, but I'm probably not going to do my pushing it to 6 like I've been doing a lot recently. So we're still good for another, like, 4 hours of stream, but yeah. There's shit I want to do, it's just I took so long to, like, get to the point where I'm starting to burn out a little bit. I just want to... If I can just... I might get reinvigorated if I can get the second hammer, and I can finally make it to Inferno. I mean, I can do Inferno right now if I wanted to take a break and go do it, but... I'm just trying to get this done so then I can just go chill on Inferno, and... I just want to go farm Satan Zones or something on Inferno and try to get higher hero level and shit. And then once I'm a bit higher hero level, I'll probably try Amun-Ra and Gabriel and all that. And try to get my, my extra relic slot and shit like that. Oh, I got the life boost modifier, and I have one MF modifier. This would be a good chance to fight the boss. I don't need life boost anymore now that I changed my gear around to gain more life, and then I also got the hammer, which gained me even more life, so... I'm sitting at a good amount. I'm sitting at like 9k, almost 10k, without the life boost. So I'm, been doing pretty good on this character. I think this character is finally better than my Pyro to farm. It's got the survivability. The question is do we try the boss? Well, not... I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say try as if I can't do it. But what I mean is, should I do the boss with these modifiers? It's only one roll of MF. Sometimes I can RNG into 2 rolls of MF, so I like to try to keep, like, one set on me of 50. Just in case I get, like, an insanely good Chaos Tower roll. But if I do the boss this time, I'm gonna be pretty far under 1 set, so then if I have another tower that's really fucking good, I won't have the stuff to run it. That's kind of like what I've been doing. But there's also there's a chance that I could kill it now, get the hammer, and be done. I don't know. Let's see, we got 1 stack of MF. Maybe I need a break from these towers? Fuck it, we'll fight it. YOLO. Nah, I'm very much I have a hard time unfocusing myself from something. Like, I won't have fun if I go farm something else, because all I'll think about is how I still have this to do. I'm not good at, like... Rip. Nah, I don't mind it. I think what I was saying before is mainly just me with the whole game. This is what happens to me when another game, like, the closer another game gets. And then even just, it's not even just that either, it's just if I spend too long on a game. I've never, man, I don't think I've ever spent more than, like, 2 months on a game. Really. I'm very much I like to hop around. Every now and then, I've pushed, like, the 2 to 3 month envelope on a game. But I've never been the kind of person, like, I don't know how people do it. I'm jealous of people that can just play one single game for a year, so I think I'm just starting to hit that limit of I've played this game enough kind of thing. Even though there's still plenty of shit I want to experience. The moment I hit Inferno and start trying to do Toadex, I'll get my flame back for the grind. I don't know. I'm not, It's hard to get my flame back when... once I start to lose it, I will say. Oh shit, that's actually a pretty good torch. Like, I do want to try that stuff, but what's probably going to happen is I'm probably going to be mad at myself that I'm not playing a character that can clear them faster to be able to get more out of them. And then that's gonna make me want to play another class, but then I'm not gonna have time to play another class, and then I'm just gonna get mad and want to quit even more. Oh shit. Forest of the Slain. I don't really want to. Double XP, not really any drop increases, good. I mean, double XP is cool and all, but I did get a Chaos Tower, though. Honestly, I'm kind of at the point where I, like, don't even really care about Fire Chest. I don't mean to be a, I don't mean to be a poop. But there's a lot I don't care about anymore. I just want to get my damn weapon and grind a few more things on this character. Unfortunately, I probably wouldn't come back mid-season unless I'm, like, really fucking bored and it sounds fun, but I've almost never returned to a game that resets like this mid-season. I'll just find something else to play until... Actually, we're almost at mid-season anyway. By the time I'm done PoE 2, this game will probably be on the verge of a new season. I guess we're not quite mid-season yet, huh? You don't think you'll finish your Grail? Yeah, I mean, with what you know now, you'll probably do better. You'll probably be able to do things faster. Struggling to keep your codexes in check. I imagine that's always going to be a thing in SSF. When does Marksman Drone build drop off? Well, so people said it dropped off before they buffed the damage of it. I don't know if it does drop off now. I mean, the damage increase they did wasn't massive, so maybe it still does. But from what I've heard, I think it's like Hell 5 to Inferno. Like trying to get yourself from Hell 5 point to Inferno, I think is where people sometimes struggle. But I don't know for sure. I never pushed the envelope on Marksman Drone. So I'm just going off of what I've heard. And what I've heard was before they buffed the damage of it. So I have no idea what it's like now. I actually kind of... There was a point where I almost did it when I was like mad about the floppiness of my bow version. I wanted to try drone again since I had so much arcane gear and everything. But I never did. It is very chill, yeah. It's just walking simulator. It's probably my favorite playstyle of a build, honestly. It was just the fact that I heard everyone say it falls off, and I was scared to commit the time into something that was gonna fall off. But I imagine with enough hero levels and gear, that you can still make it work. It just might not get there as quickly as some of the classes. Pretty much everything with enough hero levels and gear can... Any class can do all content, essentially. Just some take longer to get there than others. My follower is getting frickin' fried in that zone, Jesus. Maybe I shouldn't deck out the mobs anymore, or else he's gonna be dead. Although I guess if he dies, it's not that the end of the world. I'm definitely not fighting the boss this time. I will say, my friend showed me a couple things from the PoE reveal, the PoE 2 reveal. So I did get a little spoiled on a couple things. And just the couple things I saw already have me so fucking ready to play it, it's not even funny. Might also be part of the reason why I've started, slacking a little bit in my... I've been starting to wane on this game a little bit. Just because I, PoE 2 looks hype. Actually, I fucking love PoE 2. It's got that good mix between, like, it's basically PoE 1, but it's like a little bit simpler and a little bit easier to understand, I think. It's not as, like PoE 1 is like, if you don't put 1,000 out, like, you need more than, like, 1,000 hours in PoE to, like, start understanding PoE 1. Whereas PoE 2, I feel like you can jump in a lot of the stuff... Oh, I died. Oops. I ran into the mobs. You're locking in Whirling Slash Titan if it's not nerfed. Nice. I honestly don't know. So, the one thing I saw... Or no, I've seen two things, actually, but one of the things that I saw was, I don't even know if it's a new class, or if it's just new skills added to a class, but it's like these ravens that look like they're like Righteous Fire from PoE 1. They like circle you and they scale off like minion damage and stuff, and just anything in the circle dies. I saw a little short clip of that. Like I said, I don't even know whether it's like a new skill added to a currently existing class or a new class or what it is, or if it's like a unique item that enables it. But I love Righteous Fire and I want to play that shit, whatever that thing is. Whatever it is, I want it. I'm a big fan of Walking Simulator. Although I'm sometimes scared to play, like, the brand new skills in case you can't actually... in case it's not actually good to build solely around that. But I may do it. Right out the jump. And then the only other thing I saw was, like, the, No, I had a Chaos Tower! Shit, I missed it. I'm an idiot, and I just reset. Wow. I swear I looked, too. I swear that, like, revealed itself later. Oh, whatever. Life sucks, get a helmet. But yeah, I need to read the patch notes before I commit to any decisions. I want to see what they've, like, buffed and nerfed and things like that. Which is usually what I always do in any ARPG. Before a season comes out, I want to read the patch notes before I pick a character. Do I think you can learn PoE 2 within, like, a week? I mean, it depends on your definition of learn. There's not really any DLC stuff you need to start. Once you hit endgame, you can consider buying, like, a market stash tab to be able to sell stuff to people. I don't know if they give you a free one or not. I think you might have to buy one. But a market tab to be able to, like, sell stuff to people. And then maybe, like, some, like, the currency and map tab are kind of nice to have. But other than that, like, you don't even need that stuff until you, like, make it to endgame. Basically, you don't need anything but just the game. And then if you hit endgame and you're enjoying it, then you can get those things. And they frequently do stash tab sales, where you can get that stuff on sale as well. Learn as in leveling how to build a character and how to understand the PoE builder thing. I mean, PoE builder thing is pretty simple to understand for the most part. If you're trying to build your own character, and not just, like, follow a guide, PoE is pretty complex. PoE 1 and 2 are pretty complex with their build, like, how to build a character to be, like, good, right? There's so many options to pick from when building a character. So if you were trying to make one solely on your own without following a guide, it would probably take you a lot longer than a week to get a handle on, like, the game and how it functions and stuff like that. But if you're following a guide that helps you out early on, then it's not hard. How to, like, link the gems. It's pretty simple. There's a currency orb that raises your... Like, for PoE 2... For PoE 2, it's, like, a whole different system. The sockets aren't in gear. It has, like, a separate skill page that you socket your skills in, and all it is a currency orb, like... And you just use it on the skill, and it raises it from, like, 2 to 3 sockets. And then there's a different currency that raises it from 3 to 4. and then a different one that raises it from 3 to 5. It's just lesser, greater, and perfect jeweler orbs. For PoE 1, it's a little more complicated, because it's tied to your gear. Yeah, I don't know if I'm playing it, honestly. I'll have to wait and see. If it's following around the time as at this, I'm thinking about taking a break from PoE 1 seasons, and I've played like the last few back-to-back and put a lot of hours into it. I might do this game instead. Depends on how it all falls, though. It's been a bit since I really committed to PoE 2, so I'm more excited for PoE 2 right now than PoE 1. They're usually good, for the most part. They'll be like the veteran players that will be like, oh, I don't like this mechanic, but for someone who hasn't, like, you haven't played much PoE, like, you'd probably still have fun even on a bad season. Typically, people just think a season is bad just because the one mechanic that they added isn't, like, the most engaging, or... It also depends on the person, too. Sometimes people... You know, there's been some mechanics where streamers and, you know, the popular vote is that they don't like it, and I absolutely love it. But the thing is that's only one mechanic, and the rest of the game is typically the same, or, you know, very similar as it was the previous season, so you can still learn and play it, and even if the most current mechanic isn't the best, then you just do a different mechanic. And it'll all be so new to you that it won't be a big deal, whereas some people get bored because they've put 20,000 hours into those mechanics already, so they don't want to do those, they want to do the new one. Kind of thing. You got 72 hours on PoE, the most you did was get a character like mid-game and start making divs. Didn't make much and just quit. Yeah. I think the game itself is always good. It's just a matter of whether the newest League mechanic is good or not, but all the old League mechanics that stay in the game are typically still really good and fun. PoE 2 is my baby, though. I know it's an unpopular opinion. There's a lot of veteran PoE 1 players like PoE 1 more than PoE 2, but ever since PoE 2's came out, I think I have more fun playing PoE 2 than I do PoE 1. There's so much quality of life in PoE 2 that PoE 1 just doesn't have. Like, I hate sockets on gear. It's so freaking annoying. Like, while leveling a character, it's so shitty when you find a piece of gear that's really good and you can't use it because you have 4 sockets linked together on your gear and you can't, like, you don't want to replace it. So you have to settle for using a shitty piece of gear in PoE 1. It's like, bleh. Or you gotta blow currency to try to 4-link an item that you're then gonna replace that one after you just blew a bunch of currency 4-linking it in like 5 minutes. and then that's shitty too. But PoE 2, you don't have to worry about that. All your sockets are in a separate window, not on gear. So you find an upgrade, you get to use that upgrade. It's so nice. Getting builds to work and function is easier in PoE 2 as well. PoE 1 is kind of like... you gotta be like a surgeon. It's like that, that meme of, like, all the fucking, like, numbers and formulas and everything, like, circling the person's head and stuff. That's like PoE 1. You're over here doing quantum physics to try to figure out how to get your damage and resistances min-maxed, and your weapon triggers an effect from your gloves that triggers an effect from your passive tree that then triggers an effect from your amulet that then scales off of your, like, cooldown reduction, and, like, somehow all of that wombo combos into the perfect synergy of, like, shit. Why is there a supporter? It's all cosmetic. Other than stash tabs, everything in PoE is cosmetic. I don't know if PoE 2 goes on sale, I'm gonna be honest. I don't pay attention to the price on it. I got PoE 2 for sale because I had a bunch of hours and money spent on PoE 1. And, they gave people that spent over a certain amount of money on PoE 1 keys to PoE 2. Oh. Yobo on the YouTube stream is saying that it doesn't go on sale since it's only early access. It's gonna be free to play eventually. But that's just when it releases. Gotta wait till full release for that. Which, who knows how long that'll be. We're still missing, like, what, 4 classes or something? And 2 acts, I think. I don't know what's coming in this next season. Maybe that'll add more. You think it gives you $30 of the cash shop points too? Oh, is it $30? I thought it was $20 to get a key. The plan is to release in November or just... oh, really? November or December? That soon? I'm kind of surprised by that. Are they planning on releasing with all the classes and everything? I mean, if anyone can do it, it's frickin' PoE, I guess. Or GGG. The acts for sure, not sure about the classes. I thought the original plan was to have all 12 classes done before full release, but maybe they're deciding to full release and add some other classes as expansions, I don't know. Guys, I'm excited for PoE too. Oh no, it's starting, guys. It's starting and we're so far away. You did some research? Azarius Ironthorn Breastplate. Well, that's new. Assuming I live through the wave to get it. The enemies are kind of spicy right now. Hold on, I'm locked in. I'll read chat in a second. Let me try to make sure I don't die. Yay! Give me the item. Where we at? Ooh, we are over 50, but I'm not gonna fight it this time. I kind of juiced the shit out of this one a bit. Oh, yeah, that's what Bombo just said, that the plan is to release in November or December after ExileCon. But he also said he thinks you get, like $30 worth of like coins to spend in the shop if you buy the key to play, which means you'd have $30 to be able to spend in the cash shop for like stash tabs and shit. PoE is pretty good about that, of giving you like the $60 supporter packs typically give you like skins and shit, and they give you $60 worth of points to spend in the shop as well. Like, they're really good with their supporter packs. That kind of thing. So it probably is the case that you get coins from buying the game. Been living under a rock. Should have played PoE way earlier. Hey man, always time to learn. I'm kind of jealous being able to learn. I'm so like I played so much PoE that like I wish I could have that like beginning experience again. My, at least your beginner experience didn't happen to me. Well, my beginner experience was being too stubborn. Being too frickin' stubborn to play anything but hardcore. So my first, like, 3 years of playing PoE was playing hardcore and dying before making it to endgame. Like an idiot. and then, like, a new season would drop, and I just would play hardcore, I'd die at, like, level 40, and then I'd do, like, one more character, and then I'd quit until the next season. It took me a while to actually get into PoE. And then I finally got rid of my desire to, like, only play hardcore, and I finally played softcore and made it to endgame, and had just so much fucking fun. I want to say, if I remember correctly, I think it was Breach League that I finally made it to endgame. No, SSF is super hard in PoE. You really gotta know what you're doing to SSF. And so many builds are built around, like, certain unique items. Like, not everyone. Not every build, but so many are built around, like, certain unique items to make the build work. And most of the... There's no, like... For a majority of uniques in that game, there's no target farming like there is in PoE. I mean, like there is in Hero Siege. You just gotta pray that it drops. There are some that come from bosses specifically, but a lot of items that will, like, enable a build to work don't necessarily drop from, like, a boss or anywhere you can target. But there are, like, certain builds that do work on SSF because they only require, like, rare items. You don't really need, like, uniques and stuff like that, but I would not recommend learning PoE on SSF at all. Said I spent a lot in PoE. How's the cosmetics and animations for their cosmetics? There's a lot of really cool cosmetics, and there's a lot of really cool, like, skill effects, where it'll make your skills look completely different. Not as much in PoE 2 right now. They're working on... Oh, by the way, that's also something that I should say. Any stash tabs that exist in PoE 2 and PoE 1, you get in both games if you buy them on one game. So if you buy, like, a currency tab in PoE 1, you have it in PoE 2. So, and a lot of the skins are gonna be, like, back and forth, too. Not all of them. Some of them they're working on porting over. You have a lot of tabs in PoE 1 you spent before experience. Well, you'll have those in PoE 2 as well, probably. As long as the tabs exist in PoE 2, right? So, like, things like the Delve, like, the Delve tab in PoE 1 doesn't exist in PoE 2 because there's no Delve in PoE 2. So those currency items that go in that stash tab don't exist in PoE 2, so that tab doesn't exist in PoE 2. But if they ever add it to PoE 2, you should get that stash tab. I'll just nod my head. Okay, so it's essentially... Let's pretend there was a tab to store tarot cards. I don't have any tarot cards on me, that didn't work. Pretend there's a tab that stores tarot cards in terms of Hero Siege. And there's a Hero Siege 2 game where your tabs carry over, but Hero Siege 2 doesn't have tarot cards. So the tarot card stash wouldn't exist in... You wouldn't get it in Hero Siege 2 because there's no tarot cards. Does that make sense? But yeah, a lot of that shit, now you can properly not get. That's one of the things that's really hard. Like, when you ask me how hard it is to learn, like, PoE and stuff, that's really hard for me to answer. Because I've been playing PoE 1 since 2013. So, it's really hard for me to answer that because I haven't been a brand new player in 13 years or whatever, however long it's been. There's a lot of, like, I found this out when I was teaching a friend who's new to the game. I found out there's so many little tricks and little things that I know that I just don't even think about. I just muscle memory do them. When I had to teach a friend and I was like, oh shit, like, goddamn. So there is a lot to learn, but you just gotta take one thing at a time, right? Just get on the game, level up, follow. I recommend following, like, a league start. Usually builds will be called, like, league start if they're good to play without much currency and to play right when you start. I recommend following a league start build. I mean, obviously, if the way you like to play the game is making your own builds, just be ready that you might mess up your character and it might be hard to fix it. You may have to re-roll a few times and stuff like that. Because inevitably you're going to make mistakes if you're trying to make your own build and stuff like that. So, I know there's some people that hate when I say that. I have a few friends that I've told where I'm like, I recommend following a build guide, but then what ends up happening is they're like, no, I don't want to follow a build guide, I want to do it myself. But then what happens is they ask me every little thing about their character. They're like, oh, where should I put these points? Where should I put these points? You know what I do? I pull up a build guide and tell them where to spend their points. And it's like, buddy, you could just look at the build guide yourself instead of me looking at the build guide and reading it to you, you know? Because I don't know all the answers to their question. Like, if I'm not playing the build, I pretty much don't really know how to build it. Because I just follow build guides, too. Like, there's obviously little tricks and stuff I know about how to get tankier, like in PoE 1, if you're in the Dex area, it's good to try to get spell suppressed. Like, I know little things like that, like... But, like... Max Roll website usually has some pretty good guides for the most part for, like, league start characters, and even they usually even have, like, how to level characters and stuff like that too. Things like that. But or sometimes the league start guides themselves will have a leveling section. Mobalytics can sometimes have some good spots to look. Other times I'll look at videos. I'll just look up, like, whatever the patch number is that we're on, you know? Like, 3.29 or whatever number it is. 3.29 league start builds. And just see what comes up on YouTube. Just avoid people like Kide Gaming. I probably shouldn't talk shit about people, but you expected PoE 1 and 2 to have more players. I mean, it's... If you're looking at their numbers right now, it's because PoE 1 League has been out for a while, and PoE 2 League is about to get a new league, right? Like, at this point, both, like, we're in that in-between. So this is the most dead that they'll ever be, pretty much. Like, a lot of people aren't playing PoE 2 because they're just waiting till the end of the month for the new league. I think a lot of the times it hits, like, over 100,000, 150,000 players on a fresh league. Sometimes more. I think PoE 2 has peaked at like... I think PoE 2 peaked at like 600k or something like that when it very first came out. I don't know what it does on a regular basis now. It's usually, I think it's like 150k or higher on a new league. Who do I recommend to watch for guides for PoE 1 and 2? Lily usually recommends some good... usually she kind of like sends you to other creators that make good guides. Zizarin makes some good guides. Other than that, I don't know a lot of YouTuber names off the top of my head, to be completely honest. I think there's one that's called like Path of Builds or something on YouTube that his stuff isn't terrible. Other than that, like I said, some of the websites like Maxroll is usually pretty reliable for the most part. One of my friends usually picks like a Maxroll guide. He's like not as familiar with the game and stuff. He's only played a couple leagues of PoE 1 and 2. And he usually like goes with Maxroll as his like go-to choice. He's been starting, now that he knows more about the game, he's been starting to lean a little more into like mobalytics and stuff. But mobalytics guides are a little bit rougher. They're not as like structured. They're more so like they just port in all the information and you just have to be able to understand all the information looking at the site. It's still a very good site, it's just you might need to understand a little bit more to read it. It doesn't have as much like, you know, here's where you put your points for your first 5 levels, you know, 10 levels, 20 levels. It's not as structured as that, it's usually just here's the whole tree, figure it out kind of thing. Remember your friend telling you to craft an amulet and sent you a 2 to 3 hour guide? Well, yeah, that's getting into, like, the more complicated side of PoE. Crafting in PoE is a monster. I'm not even comfortable crafting in PoE, and I have, like, almost 11,000 hours in PoE. Granted, I don't spend a lot of my time crafting. I just buy the item already crafted because I'm freaking lazy. I just find someone else that crafted it and I pay a little more. I would say, like, honestly, as a new player, I wouldn't even really think about crafting yet, personally. Maybe some simple stuff. Just like a piece of gear looks pretty good, throw an exalt on it or something like that, but when it comes to like the really complicated crafts, just don't do it. Go buy the item or something. Your personality won't let you. I mean, I hate to say it, but you're not gonna get full game knowledge before you start it for PoE. Like, there's almost infinite combinations of ways you can craft stuff in PoE. Like... especially PoE 1. PoE 2 is actually a lot simpler. Once again, that's why I kind of recommend, like, PoE 2 is really good for people's first PoE experience, because they can learn the crafting in a much more basic environment, and then you go to PoE 1 and you go into, like, the hardcore of the hardcore. Like, I don't want to deter you from, like, playing or anything, but I'm just trying to give you an honest opinion of you're not gonna master the crafting in PoE before you play the game. You might be able to get, like, a vague idea, like, I know Exalted Orbs add a modifier, I know that Divine Orbs reroll the values, like, you can learn, like, the basic stuff like that, but knowing the 27-step process to craft a weapon for this specific build, and then the 27-step process to craft the weapon for this other build, literally, there's, like, 700 of those 27-step processes for all the different types of weapons, armor, whatever piece of gear for all the different builds. It's all different in how you craft it. It uses different currencies, it uses different steps, it uses different item bases, different item stats. Like, you're never gonna learn how to make every single item for every single class before you start playing the game. But yeah. I don't know if the supporter pack, do they say they come with a key? I knew some of the early, like one of the first supporter packs, I think it did come with the game. But I don't know if they still do that. Those are one of the hard questions because, you know, I already have the game, so... Does it, if we go to... Where would I see that? Probably better on the website. Yeah, so like so it should tell you, like, on the website. Oh, that was before PoE 2 came out. And it was a lot of money. It was like over $450. Or something like that. And I don't think they do it now. I think it would have had to have been before I think it would have had to have been before PoE 2 came out. So on the PoE 2 website, you can see right here, so this is the early access supporter. This just gets you the game. So $30, and it gets you $30 worth of points in the store. So you'd have $30 worth of points in the store, and you get access to the game. That would allow you to get, like, stash tabs you might be missing, or if there's any, like, skins or something that you may want. Then the $60 pack, you can see right here, it says the key. So you would get the key. So for $60, you would get the key, and you would get everything else here. You'd get the forum title, the portrait frame, the armor pack, the back attachment, the pet, the portal effect, and you get 600 points. So you get $60 worth of points in the store, and you get all this extra stuff on top of it. That's why I say they're very generous, because they give you $60 worth of points while giving you all these extra things. I'm guessing I would wait, though, honestly. Because I guess this is the early access series. The Blood Reaver Divinity series. Do these Okay. So this is the early access series, I guess. The 480 pack. I haven't looked at it in a while, but yeah, they're crazy. That's why I said, you asked me like how the skins look in the game. Some of them look fucking nuts. And you get a sweatshirt, a t-shirt, and like a book or whatever too. Yeah, PoE is a dangerous game with their cosmetics. I haven't even looked. Are these the new ones for the new league, or are these the old ones? You got like a sprint skin for this one, it looks like. Like a lightning effect while you're sprinting. Divinity is the new. Gotcha. Armor set doesn't look too bad. That armor set isn't one of like the crazy ones. What about the Blood Reaver series? Ooh, that's kind of sick. But yeah, so it looks like these ones, Blood Reaver and Divinity, it looks like they don't come with the game. It doesn't say right here that you get the early access right here, so I don't think you get it. You're basically just buying in-game currency and getting free cosmetics, yes. Honestly, I always tell people that they should never, in my opinion, they should never buy points. This is a complete scam, in my opinion, because I would much prefer just buying a supporter pack to get my points, because I'm getting free skins and the points anyway. So, like, honestly, if I needed 30 points, or if I needed, like, 10 points, I'd rather just buy a $30 supporter pack. Why does that look so clean? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, the kill effect? Dude, PoE 2 looks amazing. The graphics on PoE 2 are fucking sick. That's like one of the big buffs of PoE 2 over PoE 1. Like, PoE 1 looks cool and everything, but everything looks high def on PoE 2. But yeah, they're pretty generous with their like supporter packs. Like I said, you're basically buying points and getting free skins. Just a casual 100 gigabytes of storage, no big deal. Yeah, it do be like that. But anyway. How much do you think all the packs cost? I don't know. I wouldn't try to buy them all. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't get yourself in the mindset of trying to, like, completionist cosmetics on PoE. You'll be out a lot of money. I mean, hell, that one big pack is $480. The max tier for the two that comes out each league are $90 each. So if you were to buy both each league, you'd be at 180, and then like every year they come out with those big packs. So like you're looking at every year another 480. On top of every 4 months where they release two $90 packs. So on top of that, there's a whole store full of cosmetics as well. I honestly haven't bought a supporter pack in a while, even though I've been tempted. But I've spent so damn much on supporter packs. Like, I'm well over $1,000 over the, you know, since 2013 when I started, essentially. I just buy, like, a $60 one here or there, you know? Any new packs are for both games these days. Oh, wait, are you saying my $1,000? My over $1,000? Mostly PoE 1. I've only bought, like, one pack since PoE 2 came out. I've been trying to slow down a little bit on my addiction of buying packs on PoE. But yeah, I'd say, like, a bit over 1,000 is my... probably 1,400, maybe. Is probably my total between both games. I feel like I've done 30 runs of Corrupted Cave and I haven't seen a freaking Chaos Tower. There we go. Just gotta complain. I don't even want to play Hero Siege anymore, I just want to play PoE. I looked at the website, that was enough. Yeah, I will say that is one of the downsides to PoE, is their base gear look. Their base gear look, it doesn't look very good. Your character looks like absolute garbage. But once you get a cosmetic skin, you just make your character look like a fucking god. I should load up PoE 1 and show you my skins. I don't even have a lot of the crazy ones. People have much crazier than I do. I have like a surfboard though. My character can just ride a surfboard the whole time. They're slowly working on porting all the PoE 1 cosmetics over to PoE 2 as well, so eventually I'm going to have all the stuff that I have on PoE 1 on PoE 2. I'm excited for that. But it takes a while because PoE 2 is so high def, they need to like redesign every cosmetic to be able to work on PoE 2. You're gonna download PoE later. Here, I can try to, load the game real fast. What is this black box? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it should be. I mean, you can have a separate PoE account, but it's all, like, on Steam these days. Back in the day, it used to, but this is one of the cosmetics I used on my guy. And keep in mind, this is PoE. This is, like, just one of my cosmetics, and keep in mind, this is PoE 1. PoE 2 looks even better. And then if I go to my hideout, oh shit, I don't have a weapon on. Let me put a weapon on so I can use my skill. I borrowed a weapon from a friend. Oh, like my 172 Divine Orbs? Let me just throw on a weapon real fast. Just so, do I have like a random... Where are the swords? Where's the sword? Random, like, two-handed sword. There we go. We'll just throw this on. It doesn't matter. So this is my Cyclone skill. By default, this is what it looks like. Where's my gem? By default, this is what Cyclone looks like. Yeah, it's spin to win. Yeah. That's by default what it looks like. You saw the other effect. This is, yeah, this is one of the other. This is blue. This is one of the really old ones. Where it just changes the color. Some of the really old skins, they just change the color. But then later, when the game started popping off a little more in its later years, they started actually changing the whole effect of the skill. And have this, like, astral effect, which is pretty sick. And there's, like, tons of different, like, effects and shit like that. But there's also, like, I can put myself on the surfboard. So when I move around, I'm on a frickin' surfboard. And then I can even spin while on the surfboard. There's, like... What's it called? I have too many cosmetics, by the way. Shit, which one is it? This one, this one. Ellie Mancer, that's what it's called. Let me equip this skin real fast. So there's this skin here. Let me get rid of the surfboard too. There's this skin here where you're actually just like a floating tornado. Was that a League reward? No, that was purchased. But then what's cool about this, you can also change the element. You can either make it randomly cycle every time you change zones, or you can make it fire. Or you can make it cold. Or you can make it lightning. And you're just like a... You don't have, like, legs anymore. You're just like a floating tornado. Why is PoE so advanced in these cosmetic techs? Because it's where they make all their money. I mean, it's a free-to-play game, you know? There's all kinds of, like, crazy things, too. Like, there's portals and everything, too. So you can change what your portal effect looks like. So right now I have this, like, face sworn portal. So if I were to, like, open up a... If I were to open up a map... You can see my portals look like this. Do the Fry meme shut up and take my money. So there's like portal effects you can get. There's also like different stashes you can get that will like, there's all kinds of shit. There's ones that'll like show when you're crafting and stuff like that. So like as you're in your stash using currency, like little icons will pop up above it and stuff like that. There's map devices that have like timers on them. Yeah, you can change your hideout. And you can, like, add decorations to it and design it how you want and stuff like that. There's a bunch of base ones. Like, most of these right here, I actually think... No, some of these I think I got from buying. But a lot of these are, like, free. There's... What else do they have that's kind of cool? For cosmetics. You thought Valorant was cool, but it just changed your mind fully. Yeah, but yeah, some of the map devices, like I said, have timers. They'll say, like, how long you've been in your map and stuff. But, I mean, there's an insane amount of cosmetics, like, there's all this for armor. They go on sale? Yeah, actually, this is on sale right now. 360 points down to 250. There's different sales at different times. But yeah, there's like a shit ton. There's all the skill effects too. I love buying skill effects, honestly. I usually just use I mainly just use like the sets I get from supporter packs. I usually don't buy armor sets for points. I usually buy skill effects. So like the cyclone that I showed you before, like the astral looking cyclone that you saw, like that's the kind of shit that I like to buy. I like making my skills look fancy. But yeah, there's just like frickin' 5 trillion. Like it just goes and goes and goes. Just tons and tons of options. There's obviously like a ton of different like hideouts and map devices and things like that. There's a cool ring one. Do I have it on this character? Yeah. So there's the Exile Pilfer Ring, and this will track the amount of currency you've picked up off the ground for this league on this character. Well, it actually, I think it goes between characters, but you need to remember to equip it for it to track it. So you can even, like, track how much, like, currency. Yeah, I actually bought this, like, in the tail end of the league. This wasn't the whole league. This was, like, probably the last couple weeks of the league. I didn't have the cosmetic before this league, so I didn't have it right at the beginning. But yeah. There's just so many different cool cosmetics and stuff. I'm gonna switch off, because I don't want to, I mean, I also have, like, a million other skins that I could show, but this is probably one of the coolest that I have, to be completely honest with you. Some of my other ones, like, to give you an idea of what the game used to look like, you have, like, this crazy, like, you see all this detail and everything, like, looks frickin' crazy. But then some of the old skins, like, way back in the day, like, one of the first skins I bought was this Demon King body armor. Look at this shit. Look at just, like, the low res, you know? This is like a skin I probably bought in, like, 2015 or something like that. It's so much less crazy. Yeah, that's just showing the time of the game, you know? But yeah, no, every like 3 months or so, 3 to 4 months, sometimes a little longer, they're coming out with a new league with new cosmetics, and they're always improving things and making things look better, and a lot of the updates they do are like, you know, something like things that make people miserable, they'll update them and rework them. They're not scared to be like, we made a mistake and this mechanic isn't fun, so we're gonna fix it. Like, some games, they're too prideful. They're like, we made this, we can't change it, you know? Like, we put work into this. PoE is like, nah, fuck it, people don't like it, we'll just delete it and rework it, or just remove it entirely, or... And they're so creative with how they, like, fix things. Like, I don't know how they do it. They'll come up with the most creative way to fix things, like... You know, people will be like, I don't like this mechanic because it feels tedious, you should just, like, or... how can I explain it? I don't know the best way to, like, put it into words, but they're just very good about taking stuff people don't like, and instead of just being like, okay, we're gonna reduce the numbers by 10%, instead they're like, okay, we're gonna change how it works fundamentally, and it just ends up being so much better. Other than just, like, the lazy route of, like, changing the numbers by a certain percent, you know? Like, not to be... Like, I love Hero Siege. Not to be rude to Hero Siege, but Hero Siege's, like, solution to Unarmed was, like, okay, we're just gonna, like, essentially nerf the numbers by getting rid of the attack damage on Strength, right? Like, PoE would have found a different way to redesign Unarmed to be, like, still really good, but also make more sense and not be, like, ridiculously OP, while not just, like, nerfing the numbers, you know? They'd make it function in a totally different way where, like, somehow, like, it scales off of, like, attack speed and damage, but the numbers are a little reduced, and... Or something like that, you know, like, or attack speed and strength, whereas you can, like, I don't know, they would just find, like, a neat, I'm not smart enough to even come up with a way that they would do it, you know, I'm too stupid. But they're just really good about that kind of shit. Is it possible for me to open PoE 2? I should be able to, as long as I have it downloaded. I can't remember if I've done a computer wipe since I last played PoE 2, but I think I have it downloaded still. I might have to patch it. It's pretty similar to PoE 1, though. But, I mean, there are differences, I should say. Let me, PoE 2, are you installed still? Yeah, I have to update. It's updating. Do I like PoE current UI? I think so. It's kind of hard to answer that question because I'm so used to it that if I've had any gripes, I've just accepted them. But off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that I, like, dislike about it. You know what I really miss from playing PoE? The ability to pause. In both PoE 1 and 2, you can pause now, as long as you're playing alone. I freaking miss that shit. PoE 1 is click to move, PoE 2 has WASD. And WASD in PoE 2 feels so fucking good, it's not even funny. Like, the game is designed for WASD. And what I mean by that is, like, almost every single map layout is designed in a way that if you're walking down a narrow path and that narrow path is diagonal, if you hold W and D, this line that you see, this line I'm walking right here, that will be the exact path of, like, the dungeons majority of the time. So you won't have to do, like right now you kind of gotta do, like, don't to stay, like, on track in a dungeon. A lot of the dungeons, not every single one, but a lot of them in PoE 2, you can just walk like this. They're actually designed for WASD movement. Rather than a lot of these games that just throw in WASD after the fact, and they don't feel, like, super crazy. But, oh, looks like PoE 2 is done patching. It's actually really nice. Like I said, not everything. There's still times where you do have to do that, like, stagger walking kind of thing, where you're, like, WA, let go of A, tap A, let go of A, tap A, let go of A. But it is pretty nice. PoE 2 does have some optimization issues. There are, like, I talk a lot of, like, I hype up PoE 2 a lot. There are some frame rate issues with some skills and stuff like that. Sometimes there's really long load screens, like right now. Like, trying to load the game probably while I'm streaming and have Hero Siege up. It takes, like, a little bit longer to load. Things like this, like, just a little bit, like, sometimes the load screens are just a little bit long. They would be a little, like I said, they would be a little faster, especially off-stream. Especially off-stream and off of, you know, I have 2 games running right now, right? I still have my Hero Siege running. So. But every now and then you do get some longer load screens. I think it's also got, like, shader rendering and stuff, too. Like, I haven't played in a while. This is longer than it should be. I'm not sure why. But, it could be, like, shader stuff and everything. It's been ages since I loaded up the game. Actually, this is kind of ridiculous how long this is taking. What the heck? Probably maxing out my shit with streaming and running 2 games, though. But yeah, no, the graphics are, like, super clean. Look at my werewolf form for the druid. Is this one of the reasons why people don't like PoE 2? I'm sure there's people that are frustrated by it. Like I said, it's faster if I'm not running 2 games. PoE 2 takes a lot of resources. It's a beautiful game. But these are, like, these aren't even skill, like, these are no pay-to-win skill animations or anything. This is just, like, how the animations look. You can go into, like, white werewolf cooldown and stuff like that. things like that. But, like, the UI, you can see, like, the sockets are just for boosted stats. Kind of like how you socket things in Hero Siege. There's no skills tied to sockets like in PoE 1. All the skills are... not that button. This button? Not that button. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember the key to do skills. Shit. G, it's G. All your skills are in this panel here. And then you just add sockets to the skill itself. Like Lunar Blessing, I could use a currency orb to add another socket right here. That's one thing that I really love about PoE 2. Other than that, it's very similar to PoE 1 for, like, UI and everything. Can I drop? I guess I can take the weapon off and I'll drop form. But this is what my character looks like. He has some rage right now, which is why he's glowing in fire. This is just what my gear looks like. I don't think this is a cosmetic set at all. This is just without any cosmetics. I don't think I have a ton of cosmetics for here. Oh, Shackled Immortal got moved over. Wait. Yeah, I don't think that was in before. But yeah, there's like Autumn Night I can throw on this character, which is like... one of the skins that I have. I don't think I can get rid of my rage effect. But it's a pretty cool skin, like an armored druid kind of thing with like leaves on the shoulder and shit like that. Pretty cool effect, or pretty cool skin. Nightfall looks pretty sick. Oh, there's a lot more helmets in now, too. Oh, that's Autumn Night. Where's Nightfall? There it is. But yeah, you have, like, a cool, like, cloak. Like, star cloak and shit. Might be able to get some better lighting if I'm scared of long load screens. But let's see if I can go to my hideout and see if it's a little brighter. Although my hideout might be kind of dark too. If anyone's new, guys, oh yeah, my hideout's kind of dark too. In this one. But yeah, pretty cool, look at, Shackled Immortal. I don't think I've seen Shackled Immortal in PoE 2 yet. I'm pretty sure Shackled Immortal is not normally a PoE. Oh, I know what this one is. This one might have been actually a... Look at this shit. With my, like, hair floating and crap. I've got, like, a hole in my chest. I do think I bought this one on PoE 2. I think this was a PoE 2 one. But yeah, you can see, like, the hole in my chest, and then this one is also one of the ones that have a different version. So I can go to level 2 of it. Which turns it fire. And, like, my whole skeleton is showing. Shit looks crazy. Yeah. It's pretty freaking awesome. But yeah, other than that, very similar. You get your health globes and everything. One thing I love about PoE 2 as well over PoE 1 is you only have a life and mana flask. It doesn't have, like, the crazy, like, 5 flask slots that you eventually put, like, all utility flasks in. Usually in PoE 1 you can automate them eventually, but early on you want to be using your flasks every, like, 7 seconds. You want to be using, like, all 5 of your flasks, so you're sitting there dancing your fingers on, you know, whatever keys you bind them to. Whereas this game, you don't have to worry about that. You have charms that, like, proc by themselves. Yeah, there's actually an item in PoE that works like Liquid Holster. It's actually, I'm pretty sure Liquid Holster is based off the PoE 1 item. Which is Mage Blood in PoE 1. But yeah, other than that, is there anything else you want to see before I hop off? The typical PoE skill tree. The mapping system in I don't know if you're familiar with PoE 1 mapping. You might have done a little bit, but the mapping system in PoE 2 is a bit different. It's like, it's almost like more of an explore mode. Oh, you never did mapping? Well, for PoE 1, there's like a set number of maps on the atlas. Like, you open up the atlas and there's like a certain amount, and you finish like all 130 of them, and then you just like rerun the same one that you like over and over again, or whatever. But on here, you're actually traveling around. Like, this thing is massive. Like, you can just keep going, like, infinitely in a direction. And you keep traveling around, and you find different, like, objectives and things on here that are, like, beneficial, and different, like, boss encounters and things like that as you're traveling around and, like, going through the Fog of War and everything, which, in my opinion, there's some people that don't like this. But honestly, I kind of like it. It feels different and fun compared to PoE 1, where PoE 1 is very basic. But yeah, like, all these green ones are, like, where I've traveled. I've pathed all the way through here, and there's, like, this is a citadel, which can drop a fragment. Like, I discovered this citadel. It can drop a fragment to fight one of the endgame bosses and stuff like that, so you can just find shit like that. There's different unique maps and things like that. I'm sure this is going to be revamped a little bit. I hope they don't, like, completely rework it, though, because personally I do like it. I hope, like, there are a lot of people that are just trying to turn PoE 2 into PoE 1, and I like PoE 2 having its kind of own identity. But anyway, now that we went from those crazy graphics back to this, just a little bit of a stark contrast. No, I still like this. This game is a lot of fun. But I'm really excited for PoE. Now it feels so different. It really does. I shouldn't have done that. I want PoE too. I wonder if I lost any viewers because people are like, this isn't fucking Hero Siege, what an idiot. It's fine, I don't care. Do I think starting PoE right now is good mid-season? I mean, it's really just up to you, right? Like, personally, I would never do it because I've played the shit out of the game. But if you're wanting to, like, learn some shit before the next season, then it could be good. Ooh, actually, we're gonna fight the boss. We have 2 magic find, and we have life increase. We have 14k life. I should have enough to fight it, right? Yeah, I'm at 61. I won't have much left after, but this is, like, the best it's gonna get, pretty much, so... let's change the single target build and go fight the boss. Let me finish this kill, and then I'll try to, put my thoughts in a better order than what I did. To answer your question. Aww, bitch, didn't drop shit. But yeah, as for starting PoE right now, I mean, really what I'd say is kind of what I already said. Personally, I wouldn't, just because I'm the kind of person that likes to play at the start and everything, and knowing that PoE 2 is right around the corner, I wouldn't. I'd just play PoE 2 at the end of the month. But since you're new and you might be wanting to learn it, I mean, it could be a good learning experience. It really depends on, like, how much time you want to invest in it and stuff like that. One of your old friends who's addicted to PoE stopped, like, last week. I think he did what he wanted. Now he's in Borderlands 2. Yeah, I mean, it's kinda... Most people usually play for, like, the first 2 weeks to a month of the PoE League. And they get most of the stuff done they want to do, and then they move on to a different game. It's not because they don't like PoE 2 or PoE... Or, I'm sorry, not PoE 2, but it's not that they don't like PoE 2 or... I said it again. It's just that they did what they wanted to do, and they're ready for something different, right? It's kind of like if you play Hero Siege on trade, essentially, and you know, you don't have the goal of, like, Holy Grail or anything like that, so you're just, like, you buy all the gear that you want to use, there's nothing really else that you want to buy, nothing really else you want to upgrade, you fought all the bosses, you've done all the content, you've experienced everything they've released for that season, and then now you're just waiting for either the next ARPG to reset, you know, and come out with something new. That's kind of like what a lot of people do with all action RPGs, really. I mean, that's why a lot of the population has died down in, like, Hero Siege too, because people did everything they wanted to do, but they'll probably be back next season. Same with me, I went absolutely ham on PoE 1, but I stopped just before Hero Siege came out because I wanted to play Hero Siege. But there are people that still play. Props to them. They'll just go ham the whole time, even if they have almost all the gear and done all the content they want to do, they just keep playing. It's just their game, and they don't play anything else. It's pretty crazy. Damn, I just realized they're calling it their biggest expansion ever. Which is, like, that could just be, like, a marketing way of wording things, but... for PoE 2. They've done some big expansions. So if it is, like, their biggest, that's pretty crazy. I should really watch the, like, trailer for it and shit. Borderlands 2 would be another fun playthrough. Now you get League Starter and why people only reroll the one class. I mean, you can. I sometimes play a lot of characters on PoE. But if you want to min-max your gear on PoE, even on trade, it could take, like, if you really wanted to go big, it can take, depending on, like, how quick you are and how much you play, like, weeks to up to a month or two to fully gear a character. Even on trade where you can buy gear. Did I ever... I think I had a point. I'm about to level again. I think I kept telling myself... I got distracted through conversation. But I kept telling myself that I was going to spend that point, and then I don't think I ever did. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I did. I genuinely just have no idea at this point. I've just been talking and pressing buttons and hope I don't die. But yeah, the whole League Starter thing is mainly because there's some builds that only work if you invest, like... You have to spend, like, 1,000 divines on them for them to even start working. So you can't play them at the very start. You know, that's where, like, League Starter builds come in. They'll play a League Starter, which is one that can be played on practically nothing, gear-wise. And then later on, once they've played a lot on that character and farmed up a shit ton of, you know, currency, divines, whatever, then they'll move to a crazier build where they will then invest a bunch of their currency that they spent on. In a way, it's kind of like what you said, where you play like Samurai and Hero Siege until you get all the gear to be able to play EXO. It's essentially the same thing. I was wondering, every time my damage feels a little lower, I'm like, what happened? And then I realized that it's because I, For the trade website, is it connected to your Steam also? It should be whatever you're using to sign in. So, if you play PoE on Steam, then for the trade site, you would sign in through Steam, probably. The reason why I say probably is because I played PoE so long ago that I have a PoE account, and even though it's tied to my, like, I've linked my Steam to my PoE account, like, I still just sign into the website with my normal, like, account info, like I did, you know, 13 years ago. But I imagine if, like, if you played on Steam for the first time, you don't really have, like, a separate account on their website, so I think you would sign in through Steam. I'm pretty sure, anyway. I do have 1 point, which is actually exciting, because I'm about to level again, which means I'm going to get the 8% strength, 25 strength node. That's hype. And we should be getting it, like, any second. Wait, I'm on my fucking single target build, fuck. There we go. Now we have AoE. I'm spending too much time thinking about PoE. I'm not paying attention to my Hero Siege anymore. Where's the last mob? Oh, there it is. Ah, Bright Zone! Why you do this to me? My eyes! Might try to play PoE for a few days, try to learn stuff, then come back to Hero Siege. Right on. Yeah, even just, like, getting better with, like, which quests through the campaign and things like that are, you know, because there's a lot of side quests you can just skip on PoE. But then there's some that give skill points and shit like that, so even just, like, getting familiar with which ones you can skip, which ones to do, like, even if you were just to level up, that's still just good experience. Alright, let's see, we're 9359 health. With 8% strength and 25 flat, we go up to 9.7. Not bad. That was like 400 health-ish. .400 health is 400 health. Probably a good little bit of damage, too. That's one of the other complaints that people have about PoE 2 is the campaign is a bit longer. Which, I don't mind it. It does suck if you, like, reroll a lot of characters. It can get, like, draining. But I don't mind it too much. Like, first, second, sometimes even third time through on, like, a fresh season is still, like, I'm fresh enough that it doesn't bother me. Got 2 angelic keys for that one. We have 2 MF, but we definitely don't have, yeah, we're only at 19. Oh, man. Blech. Not gonna lie, I usually make a second cup of coffee using the same K-cup. But I think I'm gonna do a new K-cup. I think every now and then you get, like, I don't know what happened, but the coffee, like, doesn't taste super good. Like, it tastes burnt. Which is weird, because you would think, like, I don't think my Keurig did it. But, like, how could the beans, like, come... I mean, maybe they're not actually burnt. Maybe it's just, like, some zingy coffee beans in this cup, but... I don't know that I want to make a second cup out of the, out of the same bits. Hello, let me reset, please. Thank you. Give me a tower, please. We're up to 63, though. Not bad, considering tower isn't, like, that great of XP. We're slowly climbing, despite being stuck on this grind. But hopefully by tomorrow, if I'm lucky... What's up, Bombo? Bombo, I got 1 hammer! I'm still working on the second one, but I got 1 hammer. It is very nice, yeah. I did, the reason why my life is so high is because I did change my build a little bit before getting the hammer to go a bit tankier. Because, I wanted to try and farm better on this character and not have to change to Pyro. So I got rid of Gurag's Heart and put in a Hardened Steel Defender and another Life Charm, which bumped me up a bit, and I went back to 300 Strength, 100 Vitality, too, which, so I did all that before getting the hammer, which brought me to, like, 6.8k life. And then I got the hammer, and now I'm sitting at, like, 9.7k life. You've always thought that PoE, you have to always complete the quest to progress. So your leveling was so slow. Oh, yeah, no, you can just go turn them in later. You don't have to, turn them all in, like, the second you finish. And then, like I said, not every quest you have to do either. Some of them you can just skip because they don't really give you anything that you, like, absolutely need. There's so much strength on them, you can go 400 Vit if you really want to. Yeah. I'm good with my tankiness now. I barely die. Like, here and there I die in the Chaos Tower to some crazy mods. Like, I think I accidentally stepped on the tentacles from, like, those, like, weird Cthulhu-type Devour mobs in the tower with them being crazy buffed, and it hit for 13,000 damage. But other than that, I think, most of the time I haven't died, and I can even fight the boss without dying, so I'm kind of in a good spot right now. I feel comfy. Now they have strength to life nodes, so it's better for strength, yeah. I do still get a little bit more health. I don't know if it's like diminishing returns on the strength, or it's just because Vitality does give you just a little bit more life still. Vitality does still... Vitality does still... Oh, they made it not drop on... It used to be an Inferno when it came out? Gotcha. Yeah, that would have been rough. It's definitely nice being able to get them before Inferno, so that way you can, like, handle Inferno. For sure. But yeah, I still went up, like, an extra 1,000 life when I removed 100 strength for Vitality. I went up, like, a good chunk of life, which is why I did it. But I do need to try it again because I finished the percent strength wheel. Now that I have the higher percent strength wheel, it might be close or better to just be pure strength. I finished this wheel right here, literally just like a minute ago. So maybe it's better to... It might be better to go that now, I'm not sure. Also, I need to figure out... I can't do it right now because I need to get more dice. I only ended up with 5 sockets because I rolled this and I decided to stop. And I was running out of dice and I didn't want to use every last die. So unfortunately, I'm down 1 socket. But I rolled an extra line of strength. So I have 255 strength on this thing. And I decided to keep it for now. And 5 skills. And some attack rating isn't terrible as, like, the extra numbers. And, like, slightly higher end enhanced damage. So I decided to wait for now. Yeah, maybe I'll re-roll it later to try to get, like, a crazy one, or I'll try to farm an extra one, or something like that. I don't know. I don't even know if I'll last that long. I'm not gonna lie, Bombo. I fucked up. I saw a couple things about PoE 2, and then we've been talking about PoE and PoE 2 on stream all night, and now I'm, like, fucking, like, there's still a lot I want to accomplish in this game, but I'm losing my drive and I just want PoE. It's a problem. I want PoE too. So bad. Yeah, it's a bit far away at the moment, yeah. Especially for Cheeto, because it sounds like Cheeto wants PoE 1 more than he wants PoE 2. That's really far away. But I'm just like, I haven't even watched the trailer yet. I've only seen 2 things. And I'm already hyped. I can't imagine what else they've done. It's a problem. You might buy PoE 2 and start hitting it as well. Yeah, I think PoE 2 is a really good game. Like, there are differences, like, but there are similarities too. So by playing PoE 2, I feel like it would help you learn like a few core concepts that would help you in PoE 1 as well. Like, I definitely think PoE 2 is a good like entry game if you want to eventually play PoE 1. And then you just gotta learn, like, some of the, you know, obviously, like, the gem system is different between the games, and there's some differences, but there's also a lot of similarities. Like, a lot of the crafting currencies do, like, similar things. Some of them are different, though, too. But it gives you kind of, like, a vague understanding of, like, how the crafting works, and then, like, that knowledge transfers pretty well. Like, when I went from PoE 1 into PoE 2, I didn't feel too lost because of my PoE 1 knowledge. And I think that can work vice versa. From PoE 2 over to PoE 1. Dude, this, like, white... There we go. This, like, fog that's on the... Or, like, frost or whatever it's supposed to be. I can't see shit. So basically, you should be learning PoE 2 first and catch up on the missing mechanics in PoE 1. Yeah, kinda. Like I said, there are a lot of differences, so don't take it, like, one for one. Like, don't expect to, like... You know, by mastering PoE 2, you're not gonna have PoE 1 mastered. There's a lot of differences still. But a lot of the core concepts on just, like, how currency is used on items, how you, like, roll maps, for the most part, anyway, to run them. Like, a lot of that is, like... You may not know exactly how to do it when you dive into PoE 1 after playing PoE 2, but you'll have a rough idea on how those currencies work and how stuff like that works, you know? That's my opinion, anyway. I could be wrong. Oh no, speaking of random deaths. Frickin'... I think I got shotgunned by an archer. Is PoE out yet? Your PoE journey starts when PoE League starts. I want it. Damn, how is my phone not charged? Was it not charging the whole time I had it on there? I don't know. I don't think it was. I could go let my dog out. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back for a few while he barks his brains out outside. Would still be good to try it and learn a bit before league start. Yeah, if you want to. All depends on what you want to do. It can't hurt to learn it during the league. I mean, the leagues go on for 4 to 5 months typically, so you have plenty of time during a league. Or if you want to learn a bit beforehand, so you can go into it with a bit more knowledge, that works too. It's all up to you. And how you like to play games. And what you're in the mood for as well. Something to also mention is if you were, you know that $60 pack we looked at that gets you like you get like the skins and you get the early access key. You can buy the $30 pack and then upgrade to the $60 pack, like that specific $60 pack, for just another 30 bucks. Like you don't have to buy 60 outright. You can do 30 and then another 30 later if you want that 60 pack. For PoE 2. Anyway. Just something to keep in mind. Yeah, I'm pretty sure any cosmetics, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong or whatever, but, if, like, Bombo knows any better or whatnot, but As far as I'm aware, any, like, cosmetics, like I said, as long as it's, like, works in both games, like, as long as, like, the mechanic is in both games, it should transfer. Any new skins developed, I think they develop them to work for both PoE 1 and PoE 2. There's some old ones in PoE 1 that aren't in PoE 2 yet, but... I'm pretty sure any of the supporter packs in PoE 2 should also work in PoE 1. Yeah. Bombo, have you watched the trailer for PoE 2? Or, like, the reveal video? Nothing? Okay. Once again showing the generosity. They didn't have to do that. They could have easily kept it separate and made people buy cosmetics for, like, both games and shit. And they probably would have made more money. But... very generous of them to offer it on both. Oh, man. I hope this cup of coffee tastes better than the last one. Turns out, make a god game, people support it. Yup. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, really, like, they are pretty... Like, in a way, you can say they're greedy with their cosmetics, because, like, an armor skin that you buy with points, sometimes it costs, like, $40 of points to buy, like, a full set. But, like... You also buy a supporter pack and you get a free skin and you get $60 worth of points, so you basically get, like... For 60 bucks, you're essentially getting 2 armor sets if you were to spend those points on an armor set and have some left over. So it's like, individually, when you just look at it, like, if you don't count supporter packs at all, it does look a little greedy of, like, of how much. But yeah, also, you don't have to buy the skins, like... It's not like some games where, you know, it's not like phone games where you, like, you kind of have to buy shit if you want to keep up, or you just settle for being behind everyone else, kind of thing. It's all just cosmetic. But there's, like, there's a lot of diehard people that buy, like, every supporter pack that comes out. Pretty crazy. They want to collect them all. Yeah, yeah, the tabs are... certain tabs are really the only thing that's, like, required. But when the game's free to play, you can think of... like, right now, PoE 2 you gotta pay, so it's hard to think about it that way. But you do get $30 worth of points to play, or whatnot. But when it's free to play, I like to think of buying the tabs as, like, just buying to play the game, right? But you also, essentially, it being free is kind of a free trial to make it all the way... you can pretty much make it all the way to endgame and start doing some mapping before you really, like, need to worry about it. And then if you're liking the mapping system after a few maps, then it's like, okay, you should probably buy a couple. I might have to go get my dog. Okay, I gotta go let the dog in real fast. Should only be a second. Okay. Good doggy. The good doggy was right at the door, waiting. He didn't get stuck outside. He didn't get stuck on a post or something with his long rope. He was right at the front door, so I could let him in, and I didn't have to go hunt for him. What a good boy. One second, I'll catch up on chat in a second. I should have read chat before I started this wave. Trying not to die on final floor. Yay. We have no MF, so regardless of what we have, we're not fighting the boss. To be honest, people play these games for character building and just watching everything explode, right? Yep. And like Bombo said, PoE 2 is a little slower, but it's still, like, it's still very explodey. Yeah, it's, they kinda, initially, I think they wanted PoE 2 to be... no, slower as in, like, a lot of, like, the mobs you're killing, you're usually insta-one-shotting them. I'd say, obviously, unless you have, like, a really bad build or you're really not geared. But you're typically still mowing down enemies, but move speed, you're moving a little slower. They don't have as many travel skills, like in PoE 1, you can get, like, a lot of move speed, or you can get, like, travel skills that you spam, and, like, you move really quick through zones and stuff like that. Whereas PoE 2, there's not as many, like, travel skills, you're running a little bit slower, but you're still, like... yeah, a lot of the fights are really, really cool. Yo, I just realized I just got Damien's. I just noticed that. I finally, after how many hours on SSF, got my first Damien's cage. Nice. Is cage the right word? Whatever it's called. Yeah, Damien's cage. Ooh, 4 to Arcane, too. But honestly, I don't mind, like... Honestly, I guess the best Hero Siege example is a lot of PoE builds are like builds with teleport on Hero Siege for PoE 1. For PoE 2, a lot of builds are just kind of like the on-foot move speed builds. Like, that's probably like the best comparison I can give. Where, like, the builds that have teleport are just like cracked out zoom zoom. But a lot of PoE stuff is, like, still not terrible, but you're on foot and moving a bit slower. You're not going to be as crazy giga cracked out. That's for both PoE? No, well, no, what I was saying was, like, PoE 2 is, like, no teleport Hero Siege. And PoE 1 is, like, full teleport Hero Siege. Is, like, the bare minimum of how I can kinda describe it. Not to the level of PoE 1, but that's some people's complaint about the game. Honestly, I don't mind going a little slower. It takes a little bit of getting used to. You know, jumping straight from PoE 1 to PoE 2, like, I do feel that you are a bit slower. You don't scale move speed as crazy in PoE 2, but honestly, I get used to it pretty quickly, and it doesn't bother me. But there are people that it bothers, so it's just... It just depends on what you like. Yeah, you can, I mean, unless they're changing something in the newest patch, at least as of the last patch, you still get to the point where you're killing. Everything moves in PoE. Not just, like, your personal and inventory. Every single tab that you fill up moves to standard after the season ends. They all get put into, like, they're called remove-only tabs. So you can't store anything in them, and you can only remove items from it. And then you gotta go move like, after a season ends, if you want to organize everything on standard, you gotta go move everything from the remove-only tabs into your regular tabs. Or you can be like me and never play standard, leave everything in remove-only tabs, and probably have about 700 remove-only tabs. And just pretend they don't exist. But yeah, there's plenty of builds, like, as long as you get your build going right, and you gear up right and everything, plenty of builds that can, like, insta-kill all the content right now. For PoE 2. So every season you gotta start fresh? Yeah. Yeah, just like this one. Every season you start fresh. Start is the funnest, the weak to powerful arc, yeah. I honestly enjoy that shit, like, some of the most, which is why sometimes I reroll more than I should. I will say, you start a lot weaker on... Well, I mean, you've leveled on PoE 1, so you kind of know. You start a lot weaker on PoE 1 than you do in Hero Siege. And PoE 2. Both games, really. You just... Like, Hero Siege, you kind of just blast things right away for a majority of the classes. You're deleting everything. But, frickin' PoE, you're like... smacking things with your little baby skills. Hitting like 2 targets at a time, and then you scale into it, and eventually you're blasting full screen, everything dies. But yeah, Bombo, there's like a spoiler alert. There's like a new skill. I don't know if it's on a new class or if it's on like a new skill in an existing class or if it's like a unique item skill or something. I have no idea what it is. But I saw a short where it's like these ravens and they circle you. Like basically, it's basically Righteous Fire. And they do damage to anything in that circle for PoE 2. It straight up looks like Righteous Fire. And I want it. I have no idea if it's a class, if it's a skill, if, like, added to an existing class. I don't know. Where do you usually find mirror service? That's something you don't have to worry about for a long time, but either some streamers do it and you can, like, do it through them, or, well... There was a Discord called TFT where you could do it. I don't know if it still exists. Yeah, the streamer Sushi has the best service. TFT is really the other option, but the guy that was running TFT got banned. And I don't know what happened to it. I heard some people say it's back up and running now. But I don't know. Is it expensive to mirror? So Sushi does it pretty cheap, or has other people that do it with him pretty cheap. But if you do it from like TFT and stuff, it can be very expensive. But honestly, dude, like, it's gonna be a while before you're worried about making, like, a mirror tier item. Like, to give you an idea, you talked about, like, farming divines. To do, like, a mirror tier item, you're gonna need, like, 1,600 divines, roughly, I'd say, to get, like, a mirror tier item. Like, You have a lot of other things to learn before you get to worry about, like, mirror tier items. Basically, if you're going from, like, TFT, you usually need 2 mirrors. You need the mirror to be able to mirror the items, and then they usually charge a mirror. And usually mirrors are like, at least they always fluctuate. Last league they were like 800 divines or something. Sushi will do them cheaper. Sometimes you just need the single mirror, but that's still like 800 divines. So it's like, you've really got to learn the game, learn how to farm and everything and all that before you're worried about, like, making mirror tier item. And you can play the whole game without a single mirror tier item. Like, I never do mirror. I've never done mirror service once in all my time of playing PoE. You can do the whole game without a single mirror tier item. Easily. How broken is a mirror tier item? I mean, it's very strong. Typically. Yeah, it's basically just perfect rolled for the build you're playing, yeah. No, the mirror itself just copies item. So what people do is people put in the work and they spend, you know, 2, 3, 4 mirrors worth of currency to craft the item, and then they charge people to just keep copying it with the mirror. The mirror just duplicates the item. So people just make, like, perfect rolled with, like, perfect values and, like, and everything, and then you just use the Mirror of Kalandra to make a dupe of it. Yeah. Yeah, what Bombo said. Typically, it's a bunch of people working together to make one god item. And then they keep, and then they can just keep charging people to copy it to make their money back. Your PoE is done downloading, nice. Supply the rich with what they need, yep. I loved the whole, like, what were people called? What did they call people that farmed, like, scarabs? I only really heard people saying it in the last PoE 1 league. I mean, maybe they've always done it. Yeah, like rice farmers. The rice farmers. They just supply, They just supply all the Giga farmers with what they need to do their Giga farming. Lightning Deadeye, nice. It's a zoom zoomer, typically. I've never played Hex Blast, but I always wanted to. Bombo's gotta tell this. Yeah, I did. Literally, like, previous leagues, I never wanted to invest currency. It all depends on the Scarab. There's some that are less than 1 Chaos to buy, and there's some that are upwards of, like, 100 to 200 Chaos to buy. It depends on the one. There's some more rare than others, and more valued than others. So there's, like, you know, there's a range of, like, different farming methods where you can do, like, really cheap ones where it only costs you, like, 5 to 10 Chaos to run a map. And typically you make at least that back, but typically more, right? And those are, like, really budget farming methods. And then there's upwards of ones, like... I kind of stuck to, like, the mid-level. I was probably doing about 100 Chaos per map to run. I did some of the more expensive stuff, but Bombo was doing, like, frickin' 3 Divines per map or something like that it averaged at, or some shit. So every zone he ran, it cost him 3 Divines, but usually he would make, like, 6 Divines every single map. He'd, like, almost double his currency he invested. But yeah, for the longest time, I only liked to alch and go. I would just use an alchemy orb on the map to turn it from a white to a yellow. And then I would run the map like that. That was just me being stubborn. I didn't want to invest money into my map, so I was scared I would lose money and stuff like that. But need to hire a PoE coach. There's a lot of information online you can find. Like, there's tons of videos you'll find that'll be like, for each patch, there's always people pumping out content being like, I made 50 Divines an hour doing this method. Just gotta remember they're probably exaggerating in most of the videos, but usually it still works. And then typically they show you exactly how to set up your atlas, they show you exactly how, like, what scarabs to use, and then they show you exactly how to run the content. And you just do what they do in the video. Does the method always work, no matter the market? It depends. Most of the time, yes, because most of the time it's like a raw currency farm. But sometimes, yeah, it changes every league, too. Like, information from a previous league isn't gonna work in the current league. Which is why, like, a lot of the information I have, I like... There's only so much I can help because things change constantly. It's hard to know everything. They like rebalance scarabs, they come out with new ones, they rebalance mechanics, like... That's why, like, information that I have from the current season, like, a lot of it's probably useless next season. Because they're gonna do a patch and change a bunch of shit, you know? Same with, like, builds, they rebalance builds, and Their patch notes are like 7 miles long every season of like shit they change. But if you're looking for a method within that same season, like a method that works in that season, usually it will work, unless it's farming for like a very specific item, and that item tanked. But if it's like a raw currency farm, typically it'll work. Like, there's the chest farming method, which was a very popular one that a lot of people did. That's the rice farmers. They're the ones that farm the it's basically the way you farm scarabs. And you're basically farming scarabs to sell to other people that then use those scarabs to run maps with. And pretty much because there's always people using those scarabs to run maps, you're pretty much always profiting. Because there's always going to be value in the scarabs you find, pretty much. Well, that's the chest farming method that I mentioned. You set up your atlas in a certain way that you get a ton of chests. You run certain scarabs that help you with those chests and shit like that. It's not technically free money because you do need to invest some currency to get a good amount of scarabs. But you typically profit off every single map. Oh yeah, I mean, before you worry about money-making methods, you need to be able to get through campaign and get your build up and running, and you need to finish all of the, like, Atlas completion and stuff, which is basically the mapping system. There's, what, like 100 maps or something like that. You need to do each one at least once to get all the Atlas points from that. And then there's some, like, quest bosses and stuff like that you gotta do to get more points. There's all kinds of shit that you gotta learn, and yeah, what Bombo said. Either play and figure it out, or you could try to find a video that gives, like, Atlas completion tips. But once again, that's one of those things that changes so much every league. Like, just last league, they revamped how you do Atlas completion and stuff. So it's like, old information is already, like, outdated from anything before last league. That's why Bombo mentioned. To specifically look for ones from last league. Oh yeah, that's funny. Pox was the, Pox is the same guy that I told you about that played, White Mage, if you remember. Yeah, Pox does make good content. No, I'm not answering questions. I'm just kidding. Morth is tryharding next league. His gatekeeping info. Nah, I hate that shit. I think more people playing the game, the better. Man, I can't stand people that try to gatekeep. I think I've told this story a few times on stream, but I was playing Star Citizen, and the worst case of gatekeeping I've seen was Star Citizen. There was a free fly event, which basically lets people play the game for free and gives them a bunch of free ships to try. And freaking, like, these different guilds decided to come out and kill anyone they saw flying the free ships because they wanted to ruin new player experience, and they wanted to try to push new players away from playing the game because they didn't want anyone playing the game that they're playing. It's so freaking dumb. It's not healthy for the game. All they're gonna do is they're gonna kill the population of the game. There's gonna be no one playing, and they're gonna be bored and miserable whining on Reddit that no one's playing the game. It's so dumb. They're gonna be like, oh, there's no one to PvP, why is this game so dead? Well, maybe it's because you went and targeted all the new players, specifically killing them just to be fucking assholes and to gate people from people playing your game. Yeah, WoW can be bad about it too, just sitting in Stranglethorn Valley on a PvP server and killing level 30s on your fucking max level character. But I don't play PvP servers on WoW anymore, fuck them. It's not worth it. Just play a PvE server and have war mode on if you want a PvP or something. Holy, we have 3 MF. Do we have enough? Oh, we do. So we don't have life increase, but we have 3 rolls of Magic Find stacked up. I'm gonna fight the boss. Oh, 3rd amulet. Damn. Bummer. Mythic Dungeon elitism makes you hate WoW. Yeah. I typically don't play unless I have a few friends, and then we just fill with people. And just do Mythic Dungeons together. Oh, I mean, PvP for an ARPG, definitely not. PvP ARPG sucks. I've never liked an ARPG with PvP. Do you really need other... Oh, yeah, you can't do dungeons without other people. Well, they have their, like, baby mode dungeons where you can have, like, AI with you that, like, will run the dungeon with you, but it's not, like, good gear dungeons. To progress through, like, the Mythic Plus dungeons and stuff, for, like, Mythic Pluses, you need a 5-man party to do them. It's impossible to solo them. And then for raids, you need at least 10 people. Typically, you're doing 25-man raids most of the time. Is it 20? It might be 20 these days. Is 25 the old school shit? I don't frickin' know. It's been ages since I played WoW, and I barely raided when I did play WoW. PoE should allow you to access their shop without loading in a character. They need to just take my money. I don't want to play characters, I just want to buy skins that I don't have a character to use them on. Oh, amulet number 3 in the stash we go. Hey Bombo, do some math for me. How many key runes, QI runes, does it take to make a burr? Oh no, you made a new character! Look, I'm up to frickin' 3 runes just in this most recent. It's 3 only? No, it's 3 to go to the next rune. It takes 3 keys to make an exo, and then 3 exos to make a Sir, and then 3 burrs. I mean, 3 Sirs to make a burr. So that means it's probably like 16 or something key runes to roll all the way up to a burr or something. Or, yeah, 27? Okay, low cost of, there you go, 27. That's what I wanted to know. How many of the QI runes you would need to go all the way up to a burr. Yeah, you could technically go all the way from an old all the way up if you farmed enough of them. You can just keep combining them higher and higher. But it would take, like, in order to get all the way up to, like, a jar or something, it's like a fucking trillion old runes or something like that. Only the low price of a trillion. For the cosmetics in PoE, there's different variants. You can't just have them all with one purchase. I'm not sure what you mean. I think there are some sets that have different looking ones, right? Or something. Yeah, you probably have to buy the colors individually, I would guess. Well, that's where I said sometimes PoE isn't the most generous. They're generous in some regards, but there are some things that that don't seem worth the price. But yeah, there's some skins you get where you do get the variants, like, Like you saw my Elemancer set when I loaded up PoE and showed you that one that I was able to toggle between Fire, Lightning, and whatever. That one just came with the supporter pack. Fire, Lightning, and Cold, and stuff like that. So some you do get and they come with it, but I guess there's some individual armor sets on the shop that don't just come with it. See people meowing. I never have chat on, so I don't even know. Chat in like any game is freaking toxic in my opinion. Oh, what'd you make, Bombo? Did you ever say? You didn't say. And why? Did you get an item that enabled the new character, or were you just wanting something that can boss better and stuff? I know what you made. Oh no. Did you make a Viking? You either made a Viking or a Butcher. You got some perfect rolled gear for it. Oh no. You need some bosses to enable Anchor. Yeah, that's fair. I've re-rolled so much I have no room to judge, but I will still judge. Because it's my sweet, sweet revenge for all the shit that I take. Viking. You and your damn Viking. By the way, make Viking great again. Muvga. By the way, I don't think the proc even happens with my skill. I don't think I've ever noticed it doing anything. Whatever that leap is with the hammers, I don't think it even triggers. You see the supporter packs that were in PoE 2 and PoE? Yeah. Very, very nice. Ah, it's so bright! Go auto-attack a target dummy and you'll see it? Gotcha. I wonder, my furious shit, whatever I do for single target, might trigger it. That's like an attack. Gonna become a GGG Glazer now. Yeah, if you liked this game as much as you have, if you can get into PoE, like, if you thought this game was addicting, once you start blasting on PoE, you're gonna... You probably shouldn't play PoE with college starting again. You might not finish any classes. I was kidding, but... Well, I might not have been kidding. It all depends on, I've seen people that can't pull themselves away from, like, games to do school. Actually, I have a friend that's done that several times. He'll be like, oh yeah, I'm all excited to go back to school to get another, like, master's or something. And then he'll, what's it called? Get into a game or something, and he just won't do any of his work, and he'll just fail the class. He'll be like, oops, I failed it. I guess I'll drop out and try again later. It's like, I can't imagine how much money he spent on classes that he then just failed. I can't imagine. Don't worry, you do your homework a day before it's due. I always reverse procrastinate. I would almost always do my homework the second it's assigned. And then I get, like, such a relief feeling of, like, nice, I have, like, you know, till the end of the month to just not do anything until I get more assignments or something like that. You're surprised with how addicted to gaming you are that you've never failed a single class? Only time I failed a class was freshman year of high school and sophomore year of high school. I was a really bad boy, and I failed a few classes. I had, like, the cliche kind of rebellious phase where I succumbed to a little bit of peer pressure and was a little bit of a bad boy. I was a naughty, naughty boy. And I thought it was cool to skip classes and smoke the green leaf. And then I slowly started to hate it, and towards the end of my sophomore year, I stopped doing it and never did it again for the rest of my life so far. And then I started getting, like, all A's and B's in all my classes. For the supporter bundles, do you just buy the $90 one? It all depends on what you want. You just look at the different ones and see what you get for the 30, what you get for the 60, what you get for the 90. Sometimes I only buy the 60, sometimes I buy the 90. Sometimes I don't buy them at all if I don't like how they look. It all depends. Sometimes, like, a lot of the times I only want the armor set, so I just do the 60, because you get the armor set. The 90 is usually, like, portal effects or hideouts or something like that, like, extra. And I don't always, like, care about that stuff as much. But that's really just a decision up to what you like, because everyone likes different stuff. You're poor in old PoE leagues, you have like 119 Chaos, 0 divs. 119 Chaos isn't like... I mean, obviously it's not rich, but it's not bad for like a first time playing kind of deal. That would get you a lot of starter gear. At least in, like, in season. There's a lot of, like, budget items you can buy for, like, 5-10 chaos that will get you into... You can do, like, from, like, tier 1 to tier 10 maps with, like, a lot of budget gear. As long as you're, like, a decent League starter character. And then to get into, like, tier 10 to tier 16, that's when you gotta start spending, like, a little bit more. Once again, depending on the character that you're playing, too. Obviously a slammer. Bombo is always a Viking in every game. You did shoot arrows last league, yep. You shot quite a few arrows indeed. The only bad thing about bow builds for me in PoE, they zoom like no other character can zoom typically. But they're typically glass cannons like crazy. So if you mess up, you're gonna get one shot pretty easy. Which a lot of people have no problem with. But there's people like me where I like to be tanky, so I avoid archers. You hit 2 and bot last night? Nice. Yeah, I want to try to get, like, a character using aimbot next season, I think. Whether I'm playing trade or SSF, I don't know, but I want to actually farm long enough to actually be able to get it. I don't think it's going to happen this time. I don't have it in me to play another character. I'm already, like, chomping at the bit to play something else right now, kinda. I don't mind playing, and I don't really have anything else I want to play until Godforge. So I have 9 more days, pretty much 10 because it just became the 10th. So I'm probably going to keep plucking away at this character. But the closer we get to Godforge, I will say, I'm probably gonna slow down. Like, my streams might start getting a little shorter than normal. Just because I'm gonna start getting more and more burnt out as these days pass. There's universal weapon skins. There are some skins that are just for a specific weapon type, like swords or whatever. But I think there are some that can go on any weapon, I think. I haven't bought too many weapon skins, honestly. The weapon skins do look cool, but what I found, for my personal taste anyway, is a lot of the times I put like one of the massive glow effects on my weapon anyway, and then I can't even see the detailing of the skin. So I don't bother buying it. Because then I just slap a massive glow on it and I can't see what it looks like anyway. So I just usually stick with whatever my weapons naturally look like in the game. And I just put a massive glow on them. one of those effects. The bow and quiver skins are amazing. There's a lot of good looking shit in PoE. Man, I feel like I haven't gotten shit done tonight. Like, I know I dicked around jumping around PoE and looking at things, but that didn't take too long. Am I on the right ether tree? Yeah, I'm on the right ether tree. I don't know, I feel like I haven't done, like, many fights at all on the boss for the amount of time I've been on. I'm slacking. Also, I've been getting really bad luck finding the towers tonight. Like, it's been taking me, like, freaking 20 attempts per try to get a tower to spawn. No, pets do not. You loot everything yourself on PoE. There's no loot pets. Pets are purely cosmetic. And yes, everything has cosmetics. Yeah, I try to limit myself to one supporter pack. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I don't even do it every... Oh my god, I almost just reset. Holy shit. I rebounded to Control R. And I just held down Control and moved my finger up to R. I almost reset thinking like, oh, I cleared the zone, time to leave. When I'm in frickin' Chaos Tower. Holy shit. But yeah, the, what's it called? I try to limit myself to one supporter pack every season, and then I use whatever points I get from that. Lately, I don't even do one every season. Or league. Whatever you want to call it. Although, I'll probably start wanting more points as soon as more skill effects come into PoE 2. There's not a ton of skill effects, because they've been... The funny thing is, that's another thing that they do pretty well of. They've been working on cosmetics and everything for PoE 2, but that's not like their main focus, and they could have done so much more and made so much more money if they would have hard-focused cosmetics rather than making the game good. But instead, they're trying to make the game good rather than hard-focusing cosmetics. So it's been a little slow with, like, the cosmetic front for PoE 2. Which is really funny to say, I'm not used to it. Usually game companies put more focus on their cosmetics than they do the game. Because they want people to spend the money. You want to play Torchlight because you like the anime-style graphics, but without the pets, is it really playable? That'd be a question for Bombo. I haven't played. Well, I played, but I barely played. I'm pretty sure there's a budget set up for pets that you can still get pretty far in. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, so you can still do everything according to Bombo, just slower. I imagine what he means is it just takes longer to, like, you gotta gear more than the average person, than, like, someone with the pets, I would imagine is what he means. But I guess he can clarify what he means by slower. Yeah, I guess you just have to start pumping the seasons and try to get to the point of getting those free pets. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! The fucking wasps! How did I live? Jesus! It's only like 7-day login for the free pet right now. Oh, nice. Well, that's easy. I probably should be doing that every season, but Torchlight isn't really my kind of game. I know there's ways to build tanky, but I know it's the way Bombo and Amonos described it to me is they purposefully have builds that are, like, most builds are purposefully floppy, so that way you buy the XP restore items from the shop. I like being tanky. I don't like dying. That's not true. I'm pretty sure that's what Amono said and it deterred me from playing. I think it was Amonos anyway. Who said your most builds are gonna be floppy. I was getting frustrated with constantly dying. Oh, my items. You get a lot for free, and you can definitely get tanky. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe it was mainly early on is what he was saying. I don't know. I mean, maybe there are ways to build, like, really tanky early on, too. I have no idea, but I was struggling to be tanky on any character. I played, like, 2 or 3 different characters in the one season that I played, and I struggled to not just constantly die. Not constantly. I shouldn't say that. I'd say, like, I can't remember. I don't want to give an average because it's going to be me making up a number. I genuinely can't remember. I died enough to be annoyed, but who knows with me. Sometimes one death is enough for me to be annoyed. But if I were to give a number, off the top of my head, it felt like once every, like, 5 zones. Like, the end game, like, mapping or whatever, I'd die. He's talking about Torchlight. Yeah, I did get a lot stronger when... I think it was you? Gave me, like, a crafting rundown last time I played. And then when you helped me, like, hold my hand through crafting a bunch of my gear up, I was doing better. I was still pretty floppy, but my damage was a lot better. You have more things to learn in games than in school. ARPGs are very, there's a lot to... ARPGs aren't just, you know... No offense, not to talk shit, but they're not like Valorant, where you just, like, get on, learn a few characters' abilities, and shoot people. No, there's probably more to learn in Valorant than that. I simplified it way too much, but... ARPGs have a lot of shit to them. A much bigger learning curve than a lot of other genres. You run in and out-aim everyone, yeah. That's pretty much what I was poking at. But, because of that complexity, it adds a lot more replayability, for me anyway. I enjoy the complexity in games. It gives me something to learn, strive to get better at, and better understand, and things like that, where, you know, there is some merit in some of those games where you just get on and press buttons and it doesn't really matter. But I start getting bored, like, a lot of games I start getting bored as long as I feel like I know everything, you know? Like, I play the new Call of Duty for a few days and I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of, like, what guns are good and things like that, and I've unlocked most of the guns and scopes and whatever shit that Call of Duty has you unlock these days. And then I get bored and don't want to play anymore. But a lot of the live service action RPGs that are out these days that are changing every season, you know, it's... You have a new mechanic to learn every season, whatever they've changed, new patches, new endgame, whatever rebalancing they've done, there's, like, new shit to learn every season, and new ways to play the game. You can, you know, for PoE, you can target from a different mechanic or something, like... I did a lot of, like, Ultimatum this season, but next season I could, you know, pick a different mechanic to lean into. I could do more delving or betrayal or something like that to make money instead, and it's a whole nother experience and a whole nother thing to learn. Yeah, I can't stand shooters anymore, to be honest. I fell out of love of shooters a long time ago. I'm not a fan of just run in and out aim people. It gets so boring to me. Like at first I might like it, but man, I need my action RPG grinding. I need to go blast mobs, get stronger, find more gear, make more currency, whatever game I'm playing. When I was younger, I was more into the PvP competitive kinda area. Whether it was PvP on MMORPGs or if it was PvP on shooters. I, like, wouldn't play a game if it didn't have PvP, and that's all I would do. But now I prefer PvE. I like games that I can grind myself. Like, I don't really like MMOs as much anymore. I don't like having to go, like, group with a bunch of randoms to go do my content. And like Bombo mentioned, a lot of the times there's a lot of like elitism and annoying things where you make one mistake and you get roasted in chat and shit. It's like, I don't want to deal with that. I just want to play the game that I want to play. Although now I stream a lot more, so now I do something wrong in my PvE games and I get roasted by chat, so I mean, I guess it's the same thing, right? Just kidding. Don't worry, your chat loves you. Bombo likes to roast me until I do what he wants in the game. Bombo getting me, you're welcome. Bombo getting me to spend money on PoE was basically Morth, spec your atlas like this, or yes, spec your atlas like this, and run these scarabs, and just do it 1 or 2 times and see how much currency you make. And then I finally spent money on my mapping, and I saw how much money I made in just those like 1 or 2 maps. And then I was hooked. I think that's basically what you guys did for me, for Breach League. Not Breach, whatever it was called. Keepers. Last league, I got filthy rich. I mean, I did a bunch of different things last league, but the thing that I made the most currency on was Ultimatum, using a very specific build that was very good at pretty much AFK farming Ultimatum. And Ultimatum gives Catalyst, which is a currency people use to, like, add quality to, rings and amulets. And it made a shit ton of currency. But it either takes, like, what's the website for trading again? No, it's built into the... Well, you can just do it from in-game now. I think, what is it? It's /. You can do it just from in-game now if you want. Or it's on the official Path of Exile website. I think it's pathofexile.com/trade. Or something like that. They also, if you haven't played in a while, they also added instant buyout. So you can still do the old, like, whisper people. Some people still post their items that way. But most people put things on the instant buyout. So when you click on, like, the travel to hideout button, it'll port you to their hideout and you just buy it. It opens up, like, a tab of all their items. It'll highlight the one that you're going there to buy. and you can just buy it. You don't have to trade the people. Yeah, it's basically like a vendor shop, yeah. So you don't have to trade the people anymore. Or, like, wait for them to, like, sometimes you used to have to whisper people and they wouldn't respond, or you'd have to wait so long, or it was so annoying, but now they have the instant buyout, and it's really good. It's made trading so much more fun. And they also have the currency exchange, which is a way that you can trade around currency automatically, too. The currency exchange, you can go just buy a bunch of divines for your chaoses or whatever. Whatever you want to, like, convert and sell. It has a whole bunch of different currencies, like boss invites and stuff. A lot of those are on there. It's like trading on PoE is so much easier than it used to be. That's where a lot of my reluctance to wanting to run Scarabs came from, because back in the day you used to have to buy, like, either one Scarab at a time from people that don't reply, or you'd have to try to find, like, bulk sellers to buy a bunch, but sometimes you had to pay a little extra for that, and, like, things like that. It was really... I hated it so much. But now with the currency exchange, you can just go instantly buy, you know, 300 Scarabs if you want to. Rather than going and buying them one at a frickin' time. They fix the issues you had with the game in like an instant, yeah. It's been a long time coming. A lot of people have wanted that shit for a long time. But it is nice that it's there. Wait, did I get an EXO? I did. I didn't even, no joke, you paid attention more than I did. Dude, frickin' Chaos Tower prints big runes. This is pretty much just today. 3 key runes and an EXO is pretty much just today from Chaos Tower farming. Angelic runes count as an angelic? Are you saying in terms of, like, my goal for this character? Or are you saying, like, in terms of... Oh, no, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't really been thinking about that challenge anymore because I just want to play this character. I don't want to play anything else now. Like, before it was to keep me from re-rolling, but I'm at the point where, like, I'm not... The whole point of the challenge was to keep me from re-rolling, but I'm at the point where I don't really want to play any other characters because I'm, like, waning down on Hero Siege and just wanting PoE now, to the point where I don't think I have it in me to play any other characters anyway. So, even if I were to get my Angelic right now, I'd just keep playing this character. Which is kind of sad. I'm not as excited to get an Angelic now either, just because it's like... Originally, I wanted to get an Angelic, and then I wanted to play whatever build that Angelic was for, if it was, like, a good one. Like, if it was significant enough. But I'm at the point now where, like, I don't really want to play anything else. So, even if I get in like, I mean, unless I get, like, Aurelian's Fury, which is my best-in-slot weapon. then that's exciting because I actually use that on this character. But other than that, I'm probably not, like, it's going to be cool to see an angelic drop, but I'm probably not going to be, like, overly excited. Yeah, at this point, I just want to get my second mace so I can go do Inferno. Like, I still haven't really grinded Inferno much on any characters, and I'm just trying to get this last item, just like I was trying to get the fire chest before I went to Inferno on my Pyro and everything. I'm in the same boat. Although, I haven't been grinding as long for this as I did the fire chest. I got one hammer today, and I just started really farming for it, like, yesterday, pretty much, so... maybe the day before yesterday, I don't know, I lost track. But I'm hoping by tomorrow I can get the hammer and be ready to move on. We'll see. Yeah, if you're good at, like, coming back and playing games like that, then yeah, you get a lot of time. I'm terrible at it. If I stop playing a game for another game, I'm not coming back for a while. Until, like, a significant update, or, like, a new season, or whatnot. Like, if I were to get off to play any other game right now, I would never get back on this until a new season. That's just how I am, you know. Not saying that anyone else needs to be that way. That's just how I am with games. I can never just... I can never pull myself... Did I see Dune update? No, what'd they do to Dune? I knew they were supposed to be merging servers or something, right? Somewhat soon. Did they ever do that? Oh, I did hear about that. A full PvE Deep Desert. Yeah. I did hear about that. Yeah, full PvP, one more loot, but yeah. But they'll be the full PvE. That's nice. I think that's almost necessary for their server merging they're doing. Because, like, we didn't have any problems playing last time we played because we were on a dead server. But if they merge everything to the point where there's not really any dead servers, it would be really hard to do anything in the PvP Deep Desert Zone alone. Because there's a lot of people, like... I don't know if you've seen what they do on the bigger servers on that game, Bombo. But it's basically like 12 to 15 people just like gang up and kill everyone. And just like outnumber you. You went to biggest off server? Oh, how'd that go? You were getting stalked and couldn't take your sandcrawler into PvP at all? Yep. Unfortunately, that's how it is. And that's why, Is it a PvP looter-shooter game? It's more like a survival game. Like Rust, kinda. But more PvE than Rust is. There's, like, PvE zones and there's PvP zones. But you build a base and you collect items and you can store things in that base and you get gear and stuff like that. But yeah, based off the Dune movies. It's a really cool game. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, Ark is a pretty good example too. Yeah, your base building, there's a whole like quest line too. The story is pretty good. It like kind of expands the Dune world a little bit too. It's not like in the same timeline as the movies. Like I think it's like a shit ton of years either later or before. I can't remember. what takes place in the movies. But it's very, like... It's a very, like, beautiful and cinematic game. Like, you get, like, vehicles and stuff that you can bomb around, like... on, like, the ground vehicles through the desert, and if you go through, like, the flat area... like, if you go through the open desert, the worm can, like, chase you down and eat you. And it'll just, like, you'll lose everything you have on you if you get eaten. So it has, like, a PvE fear factor of, like, trying to avoid the worm. And stuff like that. Shai Halud. With the addition of full being able to do full PvE in the game is gonna be really nice because, like I said, unfortunately a lot of the PvP is a lot of ganging up. You really need to be in, like, a guild of people and only go into PvP if you have, like, a full squad of people. Or you be like what me, Bombo, and Amonos did recently. We went back not too long ago and played it again, and, we were on kind of a dead server. So PvP wasn't a big deal because it was only, like, one other group of people that went out there and they were friendly. They definitely get the fear of the worm feeling down packed. Oh yeah, you really do. You went in skeptical, but you're way better than you thought. I think Amonos was the same way. When, like, I think when I first started playing it, Amonos was watching me and was like, yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd ever play a game like that. And then he watched me play it for, like, a day, and then he bought it and was, like, hyper addicted. The base building is really nice. You can make some really cool bases in that game. Just, like, flying around and playing it, it feels immersive. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't get immersed into games very easily, but there's something very immersive, like worrying about the sun, the heat, the worm, just trying to survive. I don't know. There's something about it, like, that immersed the shit out of me with that game. If you ever see it on sale and it's something that you feel you might like, I'd recommend it. You've got such a nice layout for your base now. Nice, nice. That's one of those things, like I said, I'm really bad about returning to games. So it's like, that's one of those things where I came back and I played the shit out of it, and then I moved on to a different game and I haven't touched it since. But I know you guys have hopped on it here and there. And still played more. I'm just really bad about it. I wish I was better about that kind of thing. But I'm just like, once I'm done a game, I'm done it. It's out of sight, out of mind. The only exception is, like, the very casual games. Like, I don't do it so much now that I stream more. But I do a lot of, I like farming sim and games like that. I have another, like, way more indie one called Out of Ore, where you're basically using, like, excavation equipment and, like, digging, like, mine shafts and stuff like that, and digging quarries and shit. A lot of the times I love just watching a TV show and playing those games. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I earlier today I thought about getting on Out of Ore and, like, saving Hero Siege, saving my, like, Hero Siege motivation to grind for only when I'm streaming, so that way I don't burn out even more. But those games I can hop on, like, anytime. Those are kind of like my filler games that I just use when I'm watching, like, TV shows and shit. They're very good, like, I don't have to pay attention, just go, like, mow my lawn in Farming Sim and drive in, like, a straight line down my field and shit. I don't have to pay, like, much attention, and I can just watch some anime or something. Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is pretty fun, too. The funny thing is I almost wish there was less of, like, the combat in the mine and stuff like that of, like, Stardew Valley. Like, I just want the farming part of Stardew Valley. Sometimes I didn't like having to go do, like, the combat shit in the mine and, like, die my way through it sometimes because I suck or I'm not ready for, like, a certain depth or something. I just wanna, like, build my farm and shit. Oh, I've heard of Sunhaven, but I never played it. But yeah, I've been big into, like, I've played all the farming sims since, like, 2017. I've been big into those. I used to put way more hours than I do now. A lot of the times I don't play them anymore because, partially because I burnt out. I played so much of the previous ones that the more current ones are just kind of more of the same, and I'm kind of bored of it. Also, the other reason is, like, I think it's a really boring game to play on stream, so I wouldn't want to stream it. And I also think I'm really boring. I think I'm really boring when I play them. I'm more like, you know, a lot of the times when I'm talking on stream, I'm talking about, like, what I'm doing in the game. But I can't just be like, oh, driving straight on my field. Yep, harvesting this wheat. Yep, still harvesting this wheat. Yep, I'm still harvesting this wheat. You know, it's like, kind of doing the same shit over and over and over again. So it's like, I don't have much to talk about, unless I have, like, if I have people in the chat and we're, like, shooting the shit about, like, other games or whatever, like, that's fine. But, you know, sometimes the stream is dead and no one's on, and I can talk about my, like, oh, you know, like, oh, nice, I got another, like, Chaos Tower or whatever. Like, oh, I'm gonna take this modifier in the Chaos Tower instead. I can, like, find little things to talk about, so I'm not just, like, radio silent the whole time. But I feel like on, like, Farming Sim, I would just not have anything to say 90% of the time. So, I don't bother streaming those games. There were a couple streams, I did do a couple streams a while back now of my Out of Ore game, just to show Bombo and Amonos and a few other regulars that were watching at the time, like, my big project that I've been working on that shit. I may actually take a look at that after stream. See if they did any updates. Because I've grinded pretty much the whole day on this frickin' Chaos Tower project. I could use a break. Maybe I'll go cook my food and do a little bit of Out of Ore. Watch some YouTube or something. That being said, while I'm talking about that, we are like 8 minutes away from when I planned on ending. So I'm probably... Ew. What a bunch of bad options. I'm gonna try the X pattern. See how it is. Night. That'd be a question for Bombo. Because, I honestly don't remember if it's just ping or if your characters are tied to a certain server. Oh, you can't switch between them. So yeah, I guess. Server does matter then, I suppose. What about, like, account progress stuff, like pets and stuff? Is that, like, full wipe? Like, if Cheeto decided he wanted to play, like, a US server down the line or something, do your pets stay, or is that all stuck on that one server? Pick the correct one now. Damn. Okay. Not that, like... Unless you planned on playing with someone on a very certain server, I would say probably just pick the one with the lowest ping. I'd say. But if you, like, knew you had a friend you wanted to play with on, like, a different one, you may want to consider that or something. Nothing's stopping you from getting free pets on both. I guess that's fair. Most of the time I don't group on those games, so I just pick whatever's the lowest ping. Does kind of suck that I probably couldn't, because of that I probably could never play with Bombo and Amonos and stuff, but... Oh well. Fuck 'em. Just kidding. Yeah, Torchlight has a good amount of classes. Group play is very limited. There is, like, a system in-game for seeing, like, people can, like, add builds in-game. That is one of the cool things about Torchlight. There's, like, a whole interface for it. And I think people do make, like, starters for the different classes on there. As for, like, if a specific class is starter or not, that would be a Bombo thing. I don't know. I don't know the game well enough. I've only made it to endgame on, like, 2 characters and played it for, like, a day or 2 at endgame. Got bored. Gross. Getting some bad modifiers this run. We might die. There's, like, different variations of the same, like, kind of character, yeah. I think some of them have more than 2, even. If I'm... maybe it's just 2 each, I don't know. But yeah, after this Chaos Tower is probably when I'm gonna head out. Oh, I didn't even know there were characters that were locked behind paywall. I guess I never tried to play the character that was new that season. Damn. I guess 15... Oh my god, I just spit everywhere. Luckily, I looked at my old monitor, so I just spit on my old monitor, not my new one. $15 for a season pass isn't that big. If it gets you the whole season pass, like with the character included, $15 I feel like is kind of like the standard price for a season pass in a game. $15 for 3 months as it's free to play, but yeah, they're aggressive with paying. Yeah, I mean, $15 every 3 months isn't that bad. Obviously, there's other pay things in the game, which that is bad, but... I usually wait until I finish season passes until I buy them. And then I just get all the rewards at once. That's just me being a cheapo, though. I want to make sure that I'm gonna get all the rewards if I'm gonna do it. Look, another key rune, see? Frickin' this shit prints runes. I wonder how this shit is on Inferno. I'm printing runes on Hell 5 in here. Kinda spicy. Oh, we have boosted life and we have MF. We could try fighting the boss again. Fuck it. You gotta go get your pizza? Alrighty, Bombo. See you, dude. I'm probably gonna fight this boss. Oh, do the boss? Oh, okay. I'm going. Ah, ritual band. I mean, that's an item I don't have yet. Mirrors my other ring. Nice. At least I don't have it yet. So that's cool. Alright, Bombo, see ya. Alrighty, guys. I think that's probably gonna be it for me. We at least got a new item and not just dupe/nothing all night. Hopefully next time, either if I play a bunch off stream, maybe I'll get it if I'm lucky, or maybe next stream we'll be able to get the weapon. Hopefully. And then we'll be able to jump this character into Inferno and actually start leveling and like getting more XP and start. I do want to try like the bosses and everything on this character. So, but I think that's gonna be it for me. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. We should be back tomorrow for some more good grinding. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Good night. Good night. Good night. Whoa, my OBS just like froze for a second. I went to go end and my OBS froze. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're back. Okay, bye.